Hello. Hello.
Mic testing 1 2 3. Hello. Is audible? Yeah. Okay. Now shortly the program will begin now. Okay. Please make silence. Huh? Okay. And also switch off all your mobiles or keep it in silent mode. Thank you.
So, good morning, respected dignitaries, faculty members, research scholars, students, and participants, print and electronic media. A warm welcome to today's international seminar on democracy, diversity, and change in India and Europe. It is. It gives me immense pleasure and pride to welcome all of you to this one-day international seminar. We are very happy to share knowledge, but also to engage meaningful dialogue about the interactions of political, social, cultural change on both countries. Let's all actively engage, collaborate, and contribute to sharing the future of democracy in both the countries. I am very happy this seminar will not only be informative, but will inspire action that leads to meaningful change. So it is honor to me to invite Professor A. Narasimha Garu, today's president. Please come onto the dais. I welcome to Burk from Ethiopia to hand over the bouquet to Professor A. Narasimha Garu, Principal, College of Arts and Commerce. I welcome to today's seminar convener and head of the department, Political Science and Public Administration, Professor Petet Pramanand Garu. Please come onto the dais. A warm welcome to Dr. Sheetal Sharma Garu, so Center for European Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And I invite you, Lipsi Avinja Bittar from Kenya, to hand over the bouquet to Sheetal Sharma Garu. I welcome to today's guest of honor, Professor A. Rajendra Prasad Garu, former Vice Chancellor, Acharya Nagarjuna University, Gunturu. And I invite Mark Kibor from Kenya to come and over the here to give a flower bouquet. Professor Rajendra Prasad Garu. I welcome today's keynote speaker, Professor K. Ravi Garu, retired professor, Department of Political Science and Public Administration. Please come under the dais. I welcome Bahiroj Nizuddin from Tajikistan to hand over the bouquet. So, last but not least, today's special guest, Sri T. Anil Kumar Garu, a regional employment officer. Please come under the dais. I invite Gurluho from Tajikistan to hand over the bouquet. So I request all the dignitaries and the students and the scholars, participants to stand up for Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram. Thank you very much. Now I request all the dignitaries to lighting of the lamp. Candles.
Today, I feel proud to say that all the departments are totally filled with the students. Nearly 2,300 students of students are doing our study, and 500 staffs are working, and also nearly 250 faculty are also working, maybe guest faculty or otherwise. So, like this, today every department is full of students and faculty, and not only that, every department is engaged in organizing various academic programs like anything. Sometime back, there was no philosophy department. In fact, today the philosophy department is also full of students and scholars. And in the last month, they organized international seminar, 3 days international seminar
and for which there are many participants from different countries attended this program. And not only that, every department frequently organizing one or other program. Yesterday, music department organized a workshop on Anamacharya, and also our commerce and management department organized a 2 days national seminar, and it was inaugurated yesterday, and the sessions are going on. And our Brahmananda also organized in the last month a seminar at grand level. We are all aware. It was inaugurated in Assembly Hall. The hall was totally full with participants and students and scholars. So every department is engaged in organizing different academic programs, and it is the strength of the Arts College. Andhra University was started with arts courses. Arts College means Andhra University. Andhra University means Arts College. That was in the past. So now we have to regain its prominence and importance in the university campus. Arts College is no way lesser than any other college. Generally, the people are under the impression that the engineering college or science college are something better than Arts College. But today, Arts College is the important college in the university campus, playing a vital role. And in the recent past, while NAC visit also, the Arts College played an important role, and it is because of Arts College only Andhra University got NAC A double plus grade with 3.74 completely. And I feel very proud. And the Western at the time also accepted the contribution of Arts College at that moment. So, like that, today Arts College is playing a very, very important role in the campus and academic environment of the campus. So, organizing this type of seminars definitely enhance the knowledge of the scholars, participants, all these students also, and it helps to build up the image of the department on one hand, build up the image of the College of Arts, and also the university at the high level. This is how the organizing of this type of seminars for the last several years, no department organized any program, and it was our campus was lagging behind. Arts campus was lagging behind. So now we are proving what we are. Yesterday also the seminar was inaugurated at the Arts Assembly Hall. The participants are fully, loaded in this hall, and the program was continued up to 1 o'clock, starting at 10 o'clock and continued up to 1 o'clock in a mega manner. So, like that, organizing these programs in such a grand manner enhance the image of the department's college of arts and commerce and also the university at higher level. So, this is the importance of this programs you all know. Now, this seminar is planned by, this international seminar is planned by the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. Is really heartening to know. And Premanandam, if we give free hand and freedom to Premanandam, he will not sit idly, and he will come up with so many ideas and plans. So that is the quality of Premanandam. And another important thing, now Sulaiman is also added. He is a professor of practice in the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. He is having vast circles at the national and international level. He worked at the Foreign Affairs Ministry at Delhi for a longer period, having such contacts all over the world. So, having companion of this person with this department and this head of the department, definitely there are so many programs of international level in the days to come be organized in the department, and it is a prestigious to this department and also college. And in this context, this seminar, Democracy, Diversity, and Change in India and Europe, is really the topic of current relevance. Democracy, our India is a democratic country. A largest democracy is, having in our country compared to any other country in the world. That is the greatness of our country. And uh, at the time of independence, the Britishers were saying that how long this democracy will continue in India, how long this India will survive. Let us wait and see. That was the statement given by the Britishers while giving the independence to our country. But we proved contrary to that. Our India is strong in all respects, and we are maintaining the great democracy values and systems in our country in all fields. So that is the greatness of our country. And in the days to come, also we are going to maintain the same type of spirit and continuity of this democracy. And our country is making plans to develop totally and to stand along with the developed nations by 2047. By the time 100 years, we will be completed after getting independence, and the country at the national level, and also the people of rulers of the states in different states are making the roadmap for 2047 to keep our states and to keep our country at the national, developed nations in the world. That is how we are planning. And in this context, particularly our state is also using technology like anything, and the people need to adopt the technology for sustainability in the days to come, because the technology is playing a vital role. Today, you are all seeing, after having a cup of tea, the person is looking for QR code to make the payment of 5 rupees or 10 rupees. So that is the technology playing an important role, and everybody need to catch the technology, and everybody need to upgrade themselves to develop and make use of the technology for the development of the society at large. And diversity, our society is having diversities on several fields, on several aspects. When Britishers are, adopted the railways in our country, they told, so this Indian economy is full of religionism, casteism, all these things. How Brahmins will sit along with the Sudras, how Sudras will sit along with the Brahmins, how this train traveling made it possible and success. So in the country, like that, the statements are passed by the Britishers in those days. So diversity. But today, our constitution made it possible to be living in like a family, single family. So sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic is the preamble of our constitution. Ambedkar made our constitution in such a manner to live the Indian family like one family, and diversity, keeping aside all the diversified factors, and making the Indian society as one family. And like this, our constitution helped this unity in diversity. So that is how diversity is another important element that is included in the topic of this present day seminar, and also change.
well support, financial support. The seminar conduct of the main cause of the Suleiman sir. Dr. Suleiman Garu is a very interest this topic is a support of the our seminar, international seminar conduct of the Suleiman is a daring leadership. All the welcome to the respected and distinguished chief guests, all the delegates, esteemed speakers, and the dear participants. It is with the immense pleasure and pride that is extended a warm welcome to the your one-day international seminar, Democracy, Diversity, and the Change in India and Europe, organized by Department of Political Science and Public Administration, Andhra University, sponsored by European Union, Erasmus is a historical occasion that bring together scholars, participants, and policy makers from across in the world to the deliberate on the issues of the or the significance of the democratic system in India and Europe. One of the India's oldest university, Andhra University, is renowned worldwide for the providing high quality education. Andhra University is started. Is a very vision person, or the intellectual person is a very most of the brilliant. The first vice chancellor is a CRIT is a visionary, brilliant visionary person of the university in the development utilizations of the CRIT. It is a pride among the movement for the Risika Padma Professor Maudpudi Venkatarangaya Garu is the first principal of arts and science courses in the Andhra University. Maudpudi Venkatarangaya, our department professor, our department intellectual person, most important person of this university, first principal, first arts and science college started by the Andhra University. Is a first principal of our department professor. You are delighted to note that the visionary leader of Andhra Pradesh, Chief Minister, is a place to speak at the international seminar on the democracy, diversity, and changes in India and Europe. Both India and Europe represented a unique experience in the democratic governance is important role. Governance is important approach. Shaped by the diversity, historian, culture, languages, or linguistic, or the sociological changes of India in the world largest democracy in India. It is very important of the largest democracy in India. It is a landmark of the great culture, linguistics, and religious diversity. It is most of the democratic journey of the complex marks by effort of the ensure equal representation of all the communities while navigating historical dimension of the system, environment of the system introduced by the in Indian continuation through the modernized in the commitment to the democratic values, most adapted the challenges proposed by the rising populism or the inequality, regional or the disparities important role of the political system, political development approach. Europe to the present of the fascinating landscape of democratic experimentation. European Union stands as a statement of the how to the nation and the different ideas together, pass or pace, peace and democracy, share or preferability. However, European to not without the own struggle, rising nationalism, migration, challenges, and the question about the future of the European integration of the energy system, re-examine principles of the European when they build substitutes of the political system. Other system is where the differences India and Europe share common struggle and opportunities. democracy changes one thing. Away, the democratic values, bonds on inclusivity on the issue that the citizen can fully participate in shaping of society. This seminar features the president of the 150 decent grammar across 4 technical sections. Each focus on the various aspects of democracy, diversity, and the change which the context of the India and Europe. We have the adjusting of the emerging with the thought-provoking ideas and the innovation solution that will emerge from the presentation. The paper representative of the diversity, perspective, and of the invaluable insight of the both the regions, navigating challenges, democratic governance, societal transformation of the political system. I would like to express my sincere gratitude, Professor G. P. Rajshekar Garu, Vice Chancellor, Andhra University, leadership and supporting in making this seminar reality. His commitment and academic excellence, real commendable approaches on the supporting of the Professor G. P. Rajshekar Garu, Vice Chancellor of Andhra University. I would like to express sincere gratitude Professor E. N. Dhananjaya Garu, Registrar, Andhra University, who is supporting the encouragement made this one-day international seminar was good way dedicated to the promoting scholar engagement, global collaboration, vital role extent of the heartfelt gratitude of the Professor A. Narsara Masharu, Principal of the College of Arts and Commerce, Andhra University, for his invaluable support and guidance which played to the mission of the year on the commercial making this seminar reality. But last but not least, we also extend to heartful thanks to the delegates, participants, experts who have taken time to the here today. Your engagement, knowledge, and the experience are the key to making of the seminar success. I encourage all of your participants, activity, discussion, exchanges, ideas on the collaborative of the order, finding inevitable situation on the solution, on the changes, field, or the overall local government. Finally, I would like to express a deep appreciation to the organizing committee, faculty members, and staff of Andhra University to have to the work. Their tireless have ensured that the event will run smoothly. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Anand, for giving your opening remarks on this seminar. Thank you for your presentation. Now, I invite the special guest of this today's international seminar and our scholar Sri T. Anil Kumar Garu, Regional Employment Officer, Zone 1, Visakhapatnam, and Department of Employment Training, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Please address the gallery.
Thank you, sir, for the invitation. And at the outset, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Sheetal Sharma Garu, who had traveled all the way from Delhi to be here and us in this international seminar. And also dignitaries on the dais, President of the Day, Professor Garu, who had guided me invaluably in submitting my PhD thesis. And Professor A. Rajan Garu, former VC, ANU Guntur. Then Professor Ravi Garu, who was previously here, and Ramanandan sir, my guide, who supported me all the way in finishing my work. In fact, the topic is very apt because I worked on SAC and EU and submitted the thesis recently. And my co-alumni, Dr. Sheetal Sharma Garu, was also from School of Home Sciences from JNU. And in fact, I'd like to share a few thoughts of mine which I presented in my thesis as well. The very idea, India, you know much about India, nothing much to talk about it. But when it comes to European Indians, it's a very interesting phenomenon. You're all aware that both the world wars have crushed Europe since they started from there. Then again, when you look at the idea of being Europe, which is a very significant step for making the European Union what it is present today. It is one of the most successful regional cooperation bodies. And started with a phenomenon called goods, then services, then the people. the integration happened in such a way. It is famously called as spillover effect. In the theory of political science, we talk of this. One actor influencing the other. So that integration had led to a seamless integration where the transformation happened in such an effective way. There's also few thought processes that have come in the process, which the principle of subsidiarity is another phenomenon that has guided its integration. You see, like, I mean, decisions have been taken at the local level, and that's what had recently helped in building the EU today. There is this idea of supranationalism, going nationalism. That is one of the reasons why today we had Brexit. The exit of UK is known as Brexit, and in that also we talk about the mainland UK did not vote for it. But when you look at the voting pattern, 51% against Europe, but Scotland and Ireland has voted 49% for Europe. So it's a very close call. So you should not look that Europe had failed, a major partner had come out of it. So something. Another idea is about today, currently you're talking about multipolarism, which is not an international theory, it's not a zero-sum game. When you look at what is happening in the world, the integrations have to come together. The economy is pushing this together. Like we have SARC in the area. Likewise, BRICS had come recently. I think you are all aware of it. Now this is the most dominating actor in the international trade. Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, India, Brazil coming together and forming a very phenomenal association. This might overtake US in the coming future as well. You look at Quad, which is a famous organization now. Russia, US is supporting. India, Japan, Australia are part of it. So in the recent Trump era, after post-Trump elections, US elections, we are there trying to push for it. The trade war and the tariff is happening is also equally troubling. Like, I mean, you're seeing how the international push and pull is, how the scenario is changing very rapidly. So let's say a dominant theory player is being changed by the multipolarism, and now the world order is incrementally changing to another levels, which is interesting. And for all research scholars, I think this is a phenomenon that has to be observed, watched, written, and talked about. And President Sir had rightfully talked about technology and democracy, how they are changing. Recently, the EU commissioners had visited India. A lot of MOUs between India and Government of India. One of the standing out MOUs with Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav ji, where they did MOUs on data sciences, AI, and big data analytics. So this is something far-reaching changes are happening. And I take this opportunity, and with the permission of Professor Narasimha Rasan, would like to ask Dr. Sridhar Sharma ma'am to open a center here, if possible, because there is no such center in South India. So you are here and you can experience the vibrancy among the students. Please look into it and extend all your support from New Delhi as well. So I take this opportunity for giving me to talk on the occasion. Thank you.
Definitely, we will take into consideration your suggestion, and I request Madam to take initiative in setting up an institute here in the university campus. Definitely, I will do my level best to facilitate for an establishment of the center in this university campus. Kindly extend your cooperation. We are all for the development of the academic programs on the university campus. So this is really a valuable program. Definitely, please come forward and let us work together for the benefit of the academic fraternity in the university campus. Thank you, Madam. Yes. And now, I request the guest of honor and my friend, Professor A. Rajendra Prasad Garu, former Vice Chancellor of Acharya Nagarjuna University, to address the gathering.
Respected President of this session, Professor Narasimha Garu, Head of the Department, Professor Premananda Garu, respected Professor Ravi Garu, Madam Sheetal Sharma from JNU, New Delhi, and Mr. Anil Kumar, Employment Officer, Visakhapatnam. Uh, Dear friends and invitees, and also press, thank you for just making me to attend this particular session. And Professor Prema then invited me to just address and also just participate in the meeting. I said I will participate. I can't speak. I'm eager to hear this address of speech of Professor Ravigar. But he told me, sir, you talk on democracy and diversity. But I won't take much time to talk about this. But one thing I can say, share and say, there is a good thing just that has been identified to be the intellectual seminar on democracy and diversity. For the reason, this I say, I state that in the recently concluded World Forum for Democracy held in France, they also, deliberated on this particular thing, democracy and diversity. So how it is very important, because I want to draw your attention what happened very recently, what is said Sunita Williams just 2 days back. So when she attended the press meeting, one of these, the reporters asked her, saying that how India is from the space. What she, answered by stating that India is very beautiful and also a great democracy. So India is not only beautiful in appearance, so you can say it's wonderful in governance, which is very important. It's wonderful in governance. Because all the countries looking towards India just for some sort of, the cooperation and also have some sort of an understanding with this economic understanding, with India. When you talk about the diversity and as far as the institutions and the democracy, whether it is a good or this necessary, these are some of the questions answered by the great philosophers. When you see about, of course, this is not much relevant to talk about at this platform, but I want to tell you what Plato and Aristotle to talk about the democracy. But they are their own opinions. But they're their own philosophy, and there are their own reasons also they say to say about whether democracy is an instrument necessary. In the civil societies. But we can say we are also aware of the fact that democracy is basing on the rule of majority, nothing else. So the issue is about the majority rule cannot be acceptable, but there is no other way for the civil society at present. Only democracy is only the suitable institution and acceptable institution worldwide. So, because simply talking about democracy, and we are also aware of many just definitions and the popular layman's perspective, what has been said, the democracy of the people, for the people, and by the people. So here we see the rule of the people through representatives. But issues, there are many issues. Because when you refer the democratic institution in the light of this diversity issues, and we are also aware of the fact that we are living not only in the globalized world, but also in the diversified world. Because diversified in many sectors, it's a way of living, and cultural differences, regional differences, whatever it may be. How to overcome the challenge is some sort of big issue that is there before the policy leaders. So, as the India concerned, we are just only in the constitution, the preamble, I just only stated that this is India is nothing but some sort of a democratic institutions. It is also highlighted by these many nations, the Supreme Court of India, especially the case on the Bharati, where it is said this preamble and also what has been stated in the preamble forms some sort of basic structure of the constitution. So when you come to the reality, because what we say, law in the books, law in the action, law in the action is law in the books. When you see actual ground realities, things are very different. But one thing, whatever the differences we have, what are the divisions we have, just we are the people work together And also, we have some sort of the spirit of nationalism that's very important. We have so we have this spirit of nationalism to just work together. And I also totally, realized, and without unity, we can't survive, we can't progress. So that is very important because you send a message to all the civil societies, and the issue is about how to overcome because we also aware of the problems which there will be some sort of the regional, as I mentioned about these cultural differences, geographical, but of course the regional differences. So how to overcome all these issues? Only one thing is we have to march towards progress with some sort of unity in spite of the differences situations we face. That is only the solution for that. But just mainly I mean that by having some sort of real awareness will overcome these issues. What trying to say, we make ourselves only the cause that would make only the regions, the countries, and the world. I mean, this. In total, the nations in total for the reasons that cause. We also witnessed, the pandemic where all the people, just related. That's why what I wanted to say, only the cause, what maybe the economic cause, or maybe some political cause, whatever may be the development cause, whatever may be the economic cause, whatever may be the cause, social cause, whatever the cause, and just only that is only the cause that will unite the societies and also unite the nations. And because there is no option for us just to live. Yes, we can't live in a valley. We have to live in the society. We are not living in the deserts. What has been stated, we are living in the society. Natural processes will crop up, and the nations are also exception to this phenomenon. So that's why forcibly, without any option, we have to live in the diversified world. And one of the things that is before us just only to overcome that. I hope this seminar will find some sort of solution to that direction. So thank you for giving the opportunity to share some of my views on this. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Professor Prasad Garu, for your valuable message on this occasion. Definitely, the deliberations of this seminar will be useful to the board legislations. Now, releasing of the sovereign.
డియర్ ఫ్రెండ్స్, ఒక 2-3 minutes లో ఫ్యాక్ట్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. ఏసీ అంటే మన ఫీజు పోయింది, అది బ్యూరోక్రాటిక్ బ్యూరోక్రాటిక్ అంటే డిలే. ఇప్పుడు మీరు చెమటలకు భరిస్తే మీకు ఫ్యూచర్ లో చెమటలు పట్టవు. పేషెన్స్ అనేది ఇక్కడే నేర్చుకుంటాను స్టూడెంట్స్.
Now I request Professor Garu, Department of Political Science and Public Administration, to address the gathering.
I welcome my guru. I did my PhD under Professor Ravi.
Very glad to know.
Very hearty good morning to all of you. చాటు పడితే ఇప్పుడు ఫ్యూచర్ లో చాటు పట్టుకున్నారు కదా ఏమన్నా మాట్లాడడానికి కొన్ని వాళ్ళని బట్టి అటువంటి మాట్లాడిన వాళ్ళు తర్వాత చాటు పట్టిస్తున్నారు. First, well, thanks the Honorable Vice Chancellor Rajశేఖర్ గారు, the Legal Department for inviting me. Sri Sumarao garu, Principal and who is doing exceptional work in trying to rebuild the arts college and its prestige. And Radhan Prasad garu, my friend and an excellent human being. And he was also the people of law college and Andhra University. And then Akhil Kumar garu, who is a student of JNU and student of AID also, the employment officer, who has well taught some of these aspects already. And of course, good friend and wonderful human being and an academic to organize this seminar and many other programs in the department. So coming to the seminar and the topic, firstly, I have to pay my gratitude and reverence to the great teachers of this department. Ramananda mentioned about the founder of the History, Economics and Politics and Administration Department, Venkatranjay garu. And there are several others who have done human service at this department, like Srinivasan garu, who became the Director General of IIPA, Jagannathan garu, who became the Deputy Director of IIPA, Delhi. And then R.B. Chandrasekhar garu, who is the founder of this Department of Political Science and Public Administration, who was the Vice Chancellor of Andhra University and the Director of Asian Studies of Distance Learning of the Commonwealth. And Professor Prasanna Kumar Gagon was the Vice Chancellor of Andhra University and who was with the ASCII. So there are several extraordinarily great teachers, to all of whom I go ahead and pay my reverence. Having said that, I have divided my time very carefully. మీరు 15 నిమిషాలు భరించాలన్నారు, ఎక్కువ భరించమని అడగను. So 15 minutes is my target. First, let me focus on democracy, then on change. You must know that the total period of democratic existence in this world, the democracies in the world is 450 years only, maybe a few years this way, that way. Right from the inception of human history, మనిషి యొక్క మనుగడ ప్రారంభించినప్పటి నుంచి డెమోక్రసీ అనేది 450 ఏళ్ళే ఉంది. Rest is monarchy, oligarchy, kingship, dictatorships, authoritarian systems, etc., etc. Luckily now we have about 68 democracies, good or bad, with all the out of 167 nations that we have or more. So that's the situation about democracy. Democracy will need a quality. And then ఇది ఎలా ప్రారంభమైంది ఏంటి అంటే you have a very big history, right? From Socrates and Athens in Greece. But the existence of Athens was also not short-lived. Sparta destroyed it in the Peloponnesian War, and democracy once for all went away from Europe for a very, very long time.
until later after the Industrial Revolution, when the Huttite revolts and anti-industrial revolts happened in England, and there was this Magna Carta where peasants and commoners demanded civil rights and rule of law. And then, of course, the French Revolution, which brought in the ideas of liberty and equality. Great thinkers like Rousseau and Locke, and then J.S. Mill and so many others. Condorcet, who in fact argued that democracy is the most rational system. Things like that. చాలా ఆలోచన పనులు రకరకాలుగా ఆలోచించి డెమోక్రసీ అనే దాన్ని అనే భావాన్ని పెంచారు. They nurtured it and improve its model. So how does Europe fit into this? And Europe nurtured democracy, experimented with a vast variety of democratic practices. Switzerland lo direct democracy gani, recall gani, ilanti models gani, welfare statism that exists in Scandinavian countries gani, or the French model of presidential model. You have a constitution and you don't have it, essentially based on conventions and traditions. So, democracy evolved over a period of time in different areas. Parliament works but doesn't work. So the executive is everything. So in the democracy, that also is democracy, but functionally it does not really bring in rights and freedoms for people. So that also is a democracy. That's called a minimalist democracy, where you can change the government, nothing much more. And local democracy is essentially embryonic democracies that are emerging. They're trying to create new laws, etc., but they have a lot of obstacles still trying. They are in their infancy. So where does our democracy fit in? Our mature democracy, Brahmana democracy, I think there are very few like that in the world. Even British democracy has its faults, so does French, and so does the American democracy and the Indian democracy. So we years old, we will be in 1947, 47, but we are still learning. And in a learning process, it is ultimately the choice of the people, the will of the people, the determination and love for democracy and freedom of the people that determines and brings in the strength of a democracy. So, democracy success avalante oka chaala brahmana stage untadi. Endante the tree of liberty is nurtured with the blood of tyrants and freedom fighters. So if you want freedom and liberty, you have to oppose authoritarianism and dictatorships, and at the same time, sacrifice is necessary. So that's what it demands. Eternal vigilance, constant vigilance is the price of democracy. That's what you need. So, in short about democracy. Then diversity. Diversity, when we are looking at diversity, Europe and India have several things in common. There are 27 states, we are 28 states. Countries, 27, we are 28 states. And then, but of course, their population is less, 440 million odd. And as far as religious diversity is concerned, they also have diverse religious practices. Different types of Protestantism, Catholicism, Orthodoxy, Islam, and other localized religions, etc., etc. They coexist. But in India, it's much, much larger. Languages, you have 14 official languages, but there are more than 1,650 languages that are spoken, and several of them have alphabet and written forms. There are others which do not have written forms but are spoken, and there are umpteen number of religions. Possibly several of them have emerged in India. They are present here, and both ways, religion was spread through force and through peaceful means in this country. So coexistence has become a habit rather after a very long time of history. Europe is learning it and has learned it. So, in fact, it's the other way around. Europe has and can learn a lot from India in terms of coexistence. And we can learn a lot from Europe in terms of their democratic practices. So this is something that we can share with you after this. And apart from this, there are several dimensions to culture. The cuisine that we have, that they have, that we share with them in a one time. One influence, one influence, so both ways, it's moving this way, that way. So diversity has India's culture, and it has been a cornerstone of European culture. But multiculturalism is being supported in Europe, and multilingualism is something that is common. Okay, everybody knows that immigration has become a problem. Because a lot of refugees come from authoritarian governments or oppressive governments, there is war. People tend to go to safer places. So that's what is happening. And Europe used to welcome a lot of refugees. But it so happened that some of them, at least, were not accepting their law or something like that. They had problems, and local population was opposing immigrants. So there is some diversity of opinion with regard to accepting refugees and immigrants in Europe. Recent trend. But by and large, Europe has been a haven for refugees from several oppressed countries. So, and then when it comes to aspects like change, the third dimension I would like to discuss. Just move picture is important and all this. The rapidity of change ఎంత fast గా జరుగుతుందంటే ఊహకందనంత. You just cannot contemplate the rapidity of change. For example, I'll just mention one. In the 1970s, the rate of doubling of human knowledge, అంటే మనిషికి ఉన్నటువంటి మొత్తం విజ్ఞానం డబల్ అయ్యేది. 1970 లో చూసినట్టయితే 15 years, 15 ఏళ్ళకి ఒకసారి డబుల్ అవుతుంది నాలెడ్జ్. By 90s, it was 3 years. Now they say it is, the change that's happening in technology and science is so rapid that it is less than 3 months. Knowledge level your path knowledge is becoming obsolete or it's being enhanced. Now AI is going to take over. Artificial intelligence మన జీవితాలను మొత్తాన్ని కూడా పూర్తిగా సంపూర్ణంగా గ్రౌండ్ నుంచి it's going to shake and change. It's an earthquake that is often. So, chala complacent, everybody is complacent, everybody thinks nothing is going to happen, but that's not the case. There's a beautiful book called Black Swan. అంటే అందరూ ఏమనుకుంటారు, హంసలు అంటే తెల్లగా ఉంటాయి. If somebody is asked what a swan looks like, they say it's white. But there are black swans. That's the reality. So, the norm, we are accustomed to living a certain type of life. ఇలాగే నడుస్తుంది అనుకునేటటువంటి ఒక తత్వం మనలో ఉంటుంది. కానీ సడన్ గా అది మారిపోవచ్చు, టోటల్ గా చేంజ్ అయిపోవచ్చు. సో a total change, a paradigmatic shift in the way we live and the way we look at the world and understand the world is called a black swan. You can call it a black swan. It's something you will expect to happen, and it can happen. That's what is going to happen with technology and AI in the coming decade. So if you are not prepared to accept adaptability, if you cannot adapt, you perish. If you do not adapt and change, you die. You don't survive. So that is what is happening, and adaptation is the best tool we can take two in order to survive in the future. So, నాకు తెలుసు నాకే కష్టంగా ఉంది ఇక్కడ మాట్లాడడం అంటే ఉన్న పరిస్థితుల్లో. So, thank you for giving me this beautiful opportunity. నేను రెండే విషయాలు tell you two things. One, please keep reading books. And then online, several courses, AI courses are there on Coursera and several online outputs of knowledge. Please take those courses. They are not costly, they are cheap, they are very reasonable. Take those courses and adapt to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Raja, for understanding the present environment and accordingly confining to your speech. And now I invite Professor Sheikh Suleiman to introduce our big guest, Sheetal Sharma Madam.
Sound of Okay. I think okay, 3 minutes like fans off on of the okay. Let us begin. Respected dignitaries on the dais and my student friends. First of all, thank you for the students for speaking. Okay. Now, I would like to introduce the today's chief guest and my former colleague and my family friend, Dr. Sheetal Sharma. She is associate professor in the Jawaharlal Nehru University and also the Center for European Studies. This is her biodata. In the Chamatalo, in the biodata, okay. Then only I will take only 2-3 minutes to introduce her. Suppose if I read out her biodata, it will take 45 minutes. Okay. Now, very briefly, Dr. Sheetal Sharma, European Studies, Before joining JNU, she was a lecturer at the Institute of Technology and Management, Gurgaon, India, and taught the emergence of sociological theory in Europe and methodology of social sciences at the curriculum of degree program of the London School of Economics and Political Science. Dr. Sharma holds a BA Honors in Sociology, thanks to the power. Center for the Study of Social Systems. Cultural issues in contemporary Europe and India and their historical roots, multiculturalism and diversity, diaspora studies, and a methodology of social science. She has been known for the JNU Research Excellence Award. Just let us clap. JNU Research Excellence Award for outstanding contribution and excellence in the field of social science and for the year 2018 and 19 in the Young Scholars category. She has been selected for the prestigious European Union Visitors Program 2020. Is one of the prestigious. She is the only professor who brought this privilege from India. And Dr. Sharma every follows the trends in social sciences and international and writes regularly on socially relevant issues in India and Europe for journals and magazines for national and international review. She is also interested in rights and issues relevant to education in India, particularly she is also interested in the rights and issues relevant to education in India, particularly higher education. She has completed a video lecture series in sociology for CIET in NCRT. You know about NCRT. The project NROER, National Repository for Educational Resources and Training. He has also been invited as a discussion on several programs on radio and TV. She has presented papers at several national and international seminars and conferences. Dr. Sharma also successfully organized and participated in national and international seminars and lectures at various universities. At the Center for European Studies, JNU, she offers excellent PhD supervision in the broad areas of international relations, which focus on the sociological understanding of nature, structure, and dynamics of social and institutions in Europe. To her credit, I think, keep silence please. To her credit, she is a member of many organizations and committees and boards, administrative and academic experience and committees in JNU, both teaching, publications and books. She has written books, 10 books at the international level, and also edited 2 books. And the chapters in books, okay, Adam, okay. Chapters and books 15. Research papers and articles 53, and video lectures to NCRT. And video lectures being implemented by all schools in India. That is a prestigious video lecture for the NCRT. PhDs guided 20, MPhils 22, papers and presentations and workshops, and I cannot read out the number of papers. These are the papers, right? Finally, she is what is artificial intelligence, but she is more than artificial intelligence. Let me complete. Sentence is not completed. AI is artificial intelligence. She is academic influencer in India. academic influencer, that is AI. So she is more than artificial intelligence. Thank you, ma'am, for coming on invitation. It's a prestige to the Department of Politics and Public Administration. Okay, before she starts the speech, so please, class. Thank you. Thank you.
Very brief introduction about the madam. She's a make us to understand today artificial intelligence. We are all going to enjoy because this is a new topic for us, artificial intelligence, and we have to learn these things. Other way dimension, academic intelligence, you said, really happy. And madam, you can understand, you are the chief guest of today's program. We are also going to take up the sessions of the participants. Okay, you can understand the climatic environment in this room. Accordingly, you please deliver your speech and enlighten our participants. Now, thank you, madam, for sharing your valuable time to come over here as the chief guest of this day. Thank you. Please continue.
Attention, please. Namaskaram to the backbenchers, all those. I understand the condition is not good, fit to sit, but thank you to your patience, even my patience. That I have been sitting through, I saw students using their fans, and all the dignitaries, gagus on the dais, people sitting here, not to make any mistake, not to break any heart, not to name anyone, but my pranam to all of you to invite me here and to the kind of patience that you have demonstrated. I will take only few minutes, not more, because I understand that whatever I want to say in few minutes is good enough. No introduction is worth any number of pages unless I satisfy you in 5 or 10 minutes. And that is going to be my introduction. Now, may I ask you to please keep quiet? थोड़ा बैठ जाओ यार, बहुत देर हो गया. I hope you understand कुंजन Hindi. And एकदम संतोष से very happy to be here. Now, there are 3 things which are there in this title: democracy, diversity, plus one more AI cell added in that. I will devote 2.5 minutes to each and then tell you how do we look at this. This is a group of political scientists. You are from Department of Political Science. I am a Samaj Shastri, a sociologist. How do I look at democracy, diversity, and change is slightly different from how do political scientists look at democracy, diversity, and change. Because out of democracy is studied by political scientists, diversity and change is studied by social scientists. So we will understand it like backbenchers there, please. बहुत patience दिखाएं आप सब में, another 5-7 minutes. Now democracy is just like this room. Everybody is परेशान, no escape. Just exactly what I was thinking, sir. Anilji, exactly, democracy is a trap. You will say a trap, man? Yes, of course it's a trap. The trap that we laid here for you since last 1 month. But this trap is different kind of a trap that I'm talking to. Everybody is suffocating in democracy to a certain extent, more or less. But everybody is interested also in democracy because everybody has a vested interest. And everybody wants to escape democracy, but there is only one road, which is autocracy, where Suleiman Garu is standing. So there is a contract. If you leave the road, you will not have your certificate. So in 1970s, so you told some or 70 countries out of the world were democracies. Okay. So democracy was being suffocated in the wake of autocracies and in the wake of autocracies and dictators standing and holding the gun. But at that point of time, sir, now sir, nuclear weapons save democracy. You will say, Madam, what are you saying? I challenge it. But trust me, nuclear weapons came to save democracies because of the threat of nuclear war and deterrence. So to a certain extent, arms race to have nuclear weapons helped us that Russia, China, and all other countries did not overpower to a certain extent. Somehow, like if light comes, we will survive in this room, in this trap. But what does this trap mean from a sociological perspective? This trap from sociological perspective means number one, T, transparency, R, representation, A, accountability, and B, participation. So this trap is what trap we laid down, but this trap is built on four fundamental principles of transparency, representativity, and participation. So what does democracy do? Democracy is like a thread we use to tie and bring diversity together. Democracy is a framework, a thread, which is used to tighten the diversity inequalities by giving you a kind of representation, ensuring each and everyone's participation. This one hanging in my neck makes me take an entry into any corridor. I'm the organizer, I have this power to go. Representation, participation, accountability, that what is happening, and a procedural system of transparency that, look, this is happening and this is what we are going to do. So what does this trap do? This trap guarantees life to you. Now, life may be a simple subject for you, that what do we mean by life? But life, again, from a sociological perspective, is four things. L for liberty, I for individualism, F for freedom, and E for equality. These are the fundamental four values which are guaranteed through constitutions in democracies. Autocracies will not let you lead your life. I want to break free from this trap. Guruji, you will not let me break. Unless I do my duty and earn my lunch today. You said you have to engage the audience. I'm trying my best. I hope. But my freedom, you will not curtail other freedoms. So coming back to this life, that this life is something which is the fundamental enjoyed principle that you feel here. We talk about some history in India, democracy over there, the Janmabhoomi of democracy and all this that you read in political science. But fortunately, unfortunately, I would say this, all these social sciences, the modern social sciences, economics, political science, sociology, philosophy, have their origin in Western continent, Europe. And Europe actually brought a change in the revolution in thinking. I do a small experiment, will ask everyone to participate, and you will see how this experiment changed the worldview. So societies were traditional for a long period of time, so there was no change. People were just surviving. The king was considered to be as the incarnation of God here, and you can't question the king, because questioning him is blasphemy, and you can't do blasphemy. So things continued for centuries, which is also called as Dark Ages of European society. One good idea of thinking is planted in your mind, and things change. Things change, the journey बहुत लंबा है, but let me concise that there was a change in worldview, and that worldview can be summarized into a change from subjectivity to objectivity. Now let's do an experiment for this. I will call out few words and I want you to imagine them. Okay? Cool breeze in this room. You imagine these words in your mind. All the students, please do this exercise. If I say a beautiful rose garden, an image comes to your mind. Okay, is it coming? If I say a Taj Mahal, you know. A monument in Paris, Eiffel Tower, it comes to your mind. Okay. Now, there are imaginations in our mind on the basis of the constructs that I am telling you. Now I tell you to think about a tribal man. Is there an image that comes to your mind? Yes or no? Yes, it comes to your mind. Okay. If I ask you to think about king, it comes to your mind? An image just strikes our mind. If I ask you to think about a subject, a farmer, a subject, timid, weak frame, all these things are cultural constructions because on the basis of my social upbringing, these images come to my mind. So if I am from a tribal area, a tribal head king will appear to my mind. If I am a school student, that A for apple, K for king will come to my mind. Such things come to my mind because of my socio-cultural context. Guruji, please, spend no chal raha hai class mein. So this is the subjective state. What enlightenment and thought did, it replaced subjectivity with objectivity. So the relationship that was there between the king and the subject was replaced by the state and the citizen. Now, if I say state, what image comes to your mind? Somebody will see a map, somebody will see a kursi. Am I right, sir? There is no specific image of me holding a crown on my head and ruling the people. And women, minorities, slaves, they were not there. We study about London School of Economics being this, you study to become a scholar. Women had to actually fight in order to have a right to study in the London School of Economics. There were gradations. Those who belong, those who was starts in their house, those who belong to clergy, then those who pay this much of tax, those who have this. There were various gradations. Thank God we born in India. That we did not have to fight for all these things. Otherwise, had I been born in Europe, my ancestors would have really fought hard to vote also as a lady and study also as a lady. Finally, why we change? Why we change? But I will tell you why we change. We change because of four things. One is that you impose your culture on me. Taliban comes and it imposes its culture on you, you have to definitely change. There is no escape. Number two, you consider few things as superior to your own existence. Okay, so you have been using a phone. This comes, you change, you adapt to superior transformation, technological, social, cultural, philosophical, whatever. Third is that you are exposed to a different culture and you change. Now, how much will you change when you come from Nigeria? You've seen a paper napkin, paper napkin kept there, and I'll show it to you. The experiment class, this is a human being, This is a human being and it is exposed to external culture. Suppose I dip it in cola, in water. How much will it change? It will absorb to a certain extent, like you will like idli dosa to a certain extent. But if I immerse you, you will break. This is human nature of breaking through diversity and change. So as a sociologist, how much can you change? Me saying, Coach Sangha, I am happy here is okay. Maybe 2-3 more words. But if you ask me to speak the entire speech in Telugu, then my will be like this. Right? This is change. In diversity, when we impose change, then it is difficult to maintain. It shows democracy, it shows equilibrium of the balance. And that is why it is very important to see that how do we do democracy, diversity, and change together. It is a software. It is a software that helps us to run our mobile phone, our societies, in the sense that it makes our living easy. Although, of course, there are bugs in it, there are problems in it, and there are many things where you think this is necessary, ये थोड़ा कम है, इसमें ज़्यादा होना चाहिए. There are desires among people. But nevertheless, no matter what phone you have, Apple, this, that, Polo, Lolo, Nico, Pico, or whatever phone you are using, you run the same software on all of it. And this software needs to be upgraded regularly. So transparency must be ensured through proper mechanisms. Accountability has to be checked. ये नहीं कि एक दिन कर दिया बस सबको भूल गया, जैसे सफाई वाला एक दिन करके चला गया, पूरा 365 days off. Accountability, regularity, consistency, and participation, bhagidari. And last, for political science, how it comes to India and how it helps us to understand, once again through 5 people, political scientists, thinkers, or philosophers, I can say, which is Panga. Now you say again Panga. What is Panga? Panga is, P stands for Patel, who unified India to bring this diversity under democracy, seeing the change that was happening at the time of independence. Okay, the first one is Patel for unification. The second one is Ambedkar. For what? Ambedkar, the picture is here, I'm liking it very much, for constitution. To make a democracy a republic. To introduce principles of constitution that guide us in this bunch together, otherwise the thorns will pierce your hand. Third is Nehru. Nehru for building consensus. Are you happy? Are you happy? Are you on participation? This. Are you happy? Representation. So Nehru on building consensus among people. Gandhi. PANG. Gandhi on the principles of morality and political sciences that Gandhi is associated with, which is more than unification, consensus, and constitutionalism, which are part of our living and imagination. That how a good citizen, one thing has to be there. And finally, A for Aurobindo. That is the idea of spirituality, the whole existence, the purpose and the meaning of fulfilling that. And from very objective, Patel, for unification to Aurobindo, it moves from objective world to the subjective world. Finally, artificial intelligence. No matter how long we stand in this street and your students there, one non-academic, because I'm a mother also, and you can see a mother and a lady figure here sitting among. I was trying to look for a female professor there, but there is none. So I thought I will take the charge. So as a female, I would, or a mother, I would say, and as a teacher, so AI to certain extent is a double-edged sword. It helps us also, and it creates problem also. What I will tell you, like Krishna tells to Arjun, that you have to keep your indri in your control. Okay? So all your 5 indris, you human intelligence, and use artificial intelligence intelligently. I don't think it is going to make any problem, but yes, it facilitates, but it is technology, it has to be moved with caution. Thank you for listening to me and have a discussion.
It's small request. It's small request, only 2 minutes on open effort. Nice minutes. Only 2 minutes. Maybe out of topic, but we may not get her again. ये आता है समाज में उसे कई बार पहले
I don't accept you. We have to invite madam for many other programs.
Okay, thank you.
After you learn Shilpa, we'll get to the.
You have to come again and again to our university on various occasions so that we get to this. Please continue, madam.
What, sir?
Just 2 minutes, you please address.
Okay, for women empowerment, once again being a woman, I can speak years on it because my life, my history is about empowerment only. But I tell you what is empowerment. If I ask anyone, please, students who have been involved with laboratory tests, experiment children, how would you measure empowerment? We measure empowerment, the reports come, education leads to empowerment, political participation leads to empowerment, I earn my salary, financial power leads to empowerment. These are the boxes that we check in order to be empowered. So am I empowered according to all of you? Yes. Madam is educated, employed, higher education done, salary done, drives a car, speaks well, I'm empowered. Okay. Now let's do a story here. Again, explain. It's a thoda mahal garam hai na, I'm speaking bit casually. I went to Gagu's house, Suleiman Gagu, I'm very fearful of him. He's a very strict master. I know him for 18 years and he's very strict. One day he said that you have to speak at one occasion and you come prepared, the audience must be engaged. I said, okay, I will come. I went and there was a cut hair on my head. So it what happened, Chicken? So I said, I fell down from the stairs. Then I went and spoke about empowerment, came back to my room and started shivering and crying. We said, what happened? So I said, the truth is that yesterday night, my husband asked me to cook some chicken with him for his friends. And I told him that Gagu will ask me to prepare the lecture. Otherwise, it will not bring a good name to our. Why are you doing this so quickly? So she said, Madam, I said, what happened? I said, what happened? So she said, I had to work for my child. And my husband came and said, chicken banao. Same story. So he said, chicken banao. So now I'm more curious. So she said, I denied. And then he slapped me. I said, drink out. Now, sir, she said, I slapped him back. When I looked at the list, financial independence, driving car, my salary, my credit card, my purse, my doctor status, everything. Why did I keep quiet? I said, then what? Did he let you back? No, पुलिस को डाल दिया हमारे रात खाने में 3 की तरह सीधा हो गया 3 बनाया सीधा हो गया सुबह मॉर्निंग में आके सॉरी बोलो I looked into my husband's room lying tie arm open I said the same person the same identity husband now imagine husband and a female. How do you look at empowerment? All these goodies, goodies, what goodies for बच्चा को देते हैं मिला दे. I hope some of you understand the goodie. बच्चा बीमार हो जाता है पेट में तो कुछ मदर ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन बना के पिलाता है. Dry water, goodie, it's the traditional medicine. The government gives you all these goodies. They will give you all this checklist. Government give you all this policy that look, there is data of employment, business, hence all women in India are empowering, women are growing, this and that. But the true empowerment, because I teach research methodology. Research methodology is very interesting and it must be studied with all enjoyment. So tell you very honestly, students are scared to study research methodology. उनको लगता है पता नहीं कहाँ गन्ने का रस मशीन में डालेंगे and they will make juice out of you and throw you as a dosa out there. No, this is not true. If you actually study research methodology, it is very enjoyable. You can actually learn through your everyday life by putting yourself in the place of the subject that you are studying and then understand how research goes about. So all these policy, the documents, the data, what we use in our research must be looked at the Shantabai Shikal case, that how much is real empowerment. Again, there is no skill to measure empowerment like that. It is very interesting. I think there are many experiments that I want to do with you to tell you about research methodology. But there are ways in which we can understand the world we live in. So empowerment ultimately is in your hand. It is not measured through any scale. It is not just internal empowerment. It is a best combination of all the gases like planet Earth, a perfect combination of various attributes and skills. Finally, I don't know how much did you understand this? कि ना हम सफर से जाएगा, ना हम नशे से जाएगा. ये एम्पावरमेंट का कांटा मेरे पैर में can create the conditions, but it is ultimately the individual who has to balance and survive in those times. Thank you, Guruji. I know my mom and now is friend of mine. Okay, again,
Thank you, madam, for your joyful speech and woman empowerment. And also, you have enlightened us that we can live in diversity, all these things, democracy. Democracy under suffocation now, and also is operated through single entry system. Entry and exit is only one and is protected by Shakespeare Manji democracy. And a good evaluation also given by you, Panga. But okay, all these people, right? So very happy, madam, very joyful and very happy and educative. Your speech is highly valuable and very happy. And we have better of the seminar also in detail. And just now we heard about your AI in brief only, but our participants are expected to learn more and more from you and your AI. And spending your valuable time in addressing our participants and gathering. And now the demonstrations to the dignitaries and dais. Now I request Madam Zefa to accept our
కొంచెం సైడ్ పడతావా కొంచెం వెనక్కి ఫోన్
Now I request to accept our presentations.
I request Rajendra Prasad garu to facilitate our bill. Principal of Arts College, Prasad garu. It has been supporting the arts forces, especially medical science and public education. Big clap. Now I request Principal Garu to facilitate by Guru, Dr. K. Ravi Garu. This is our former employee of Medical Science and Conduct Officer of Public Department, and is also by Guru. I will not give guidance. Some students also are here. One of them is Lerma, who recently Lerma, please stand up. He is also a student. Now, I request the principal sir to facilitate Petty Anil Kumar Garu. Sir, thank you, sir. Anil Kumar Garu, in spite of busy schedule, I think he is going to be a good asset to our department also. Thank you, sir. Anil Garu. And also, he is also student of our department. Recently, he has submitted his PhD under the guidance of President Ramanand. I request the principal sir to facilitate the era of the international seminar. The matter of the we need to appreciate. Without any initiation, international seminar cannot be happen. So, those Sidanga Sharma participated on that, but the explanation is more than all that. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Principal Garu. It is already cited primarily. Rather than the background of this seminar and on the right hand of the Ramananda. And so you worked hard. Really, Nagaraja worked after this seminar. Now, finally, I request the Satyanarayana. And I request the principal sir to consider Satyanarayana. We also welcome the seminar day and night. Thank you, sir.
Okay, one is right hand and other one is left hand. Nagaraja is right hand, Lakshmana is left hand. And organizing this seminar by Ramananda. And the shadow person behind this program is also
Works.
only three minutes, please. I think everybody can have a share. We arranged a good. Not now, after my vote of thanks. And right. Again, at the outside, I will have all the interviews and my student, especially my student friends, in spite of power, we maintain power. Thank you for the student. So it is our customary and courtesy to thank all the dignitaries and students who came here to successfully implement the seminar. First of all, in means the other regions, we did not attend the meeting, unfortunately, but anyhow, as a formality, we need to thank him for accepting, at least accepting our invitation to be the name and our invitation. Thank you, Rashida garu, in absence. Next, I think, last I will tell you about it. Okay. Now, Anil Kumar, recently, Anil Kumar garu, and he recently submitted his PhD in our department. He is in government service, especially in working for the unemployed youth in Andhra Pradesh. It is a very good opportunity for the students of artists and public students to get his number. And if you have any, suggestions, he is also genuine product. Suggestions to settle in your life. So, suppose his guidance might be budgeting money, but for you, you will get a free guidance for him. Thank you, sir. In spite of busy schedule, you attended this meeting. Now, Professor A. Narasimha garu, I want to tell you some. I think later I will explain Sheetal Sharma. No issue. Others can understand Telugu here. మనం నరసింహరావు గారికి నేను ఏదో పొగడని చెప్పట్లేదు. నిజంగా ఎంత మంచి అంటే ఆర్ట్స్ కాలేజీలో 22 డిపార్ట్మెంట్లు ఉన్నాయి. 22 డిపార్ట్మెంట్ హెచ్ఓడి నేను ఇది బలానాన్ని చేసుకుంటానంటే మీరు చేయండి అయ్యా, నేను వెనకాలంటాను, నేను చేస్తానని చెప్తాను. నిజంగా అది చాలా అదృష్టం. బ్యాంక్ లో కూడా నేను 22 డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కి ప్రజెంటేషన్ చేశానంటే కేవలం ఆయన ఇష్యూ సపోర్ట్, దానికి నా మాట వీసీ గారు లేకపోయినా ఆయన ప్రెసెంట్ చేసి అద్భుతంగా ప్రెసెంట్ చేసి మనందరినీ సంతోష పెట్టారు. అలాగే మంచి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇచ్చారు. మీకు చిన్న చిన్న విషయాలు అర్థం అవ్వట్లేదు. మీకు తెలుసు, నేను 33 దేశాలు వెళ్ళాను. 33 దేశాల్లో కూడా నేను ఇక్కడ ఎంఏ చదువుతున్నప్పుడు నేను కాన్ఫరెన్స్ కి సెమినార్కి అటెండ్ అయ్యేవాళ్ళం. కొన్ని పదాలు, కొన్ని ఐడియాలు ఉండేవి. అదే ఐడియాలు నేను వేరే దేశంలో కూడా ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేశాను. యు అండర్స్టాండ్? దిస్ టుడే it will help you years together. Don't underestimate it. Okay. And also others should not underestimate the Department of Politics and Government. Thank you very much, the Principal. I think I spoke to him when I was in the ministry regarding the foreign students. Okay, I sent foreign students to Andhra University when I was in the ministry. Then he was the vice chancellor, and he's very calm, he only composed, and he whatever he contributed to the Andhra University. So, but I'm telling you, all the research scholars who want to do research in a law related, legal related, or development related, and you can go to him and you can discuss with him. You can get his appointment, take his ideas. That is a real research. See, there is 40 years experience will tell you in an half an hour or in 1 hour. That counts. Okay, especially for the foreign students also. Since you are coming here and you need to go back to the country with some pride, understand? And I helped many foreign students, especially the Bhutan, Nepal, and Afghanistan. Those students later they become ministers. Even some of the ministers deputy prime ministers in their country. So they are learned in India. So I wish all the research scholars publish a public tomorrow. It should become some, I think, public administration student, what's your name? Pardon? Yeah, she's going to be minister in Kenya. Okay, so what I request you, after you become a minister, at least you sponsor something to the government. So thank you, sir, Rajan sir, for coming here. And now, Professor K. Ravi Garu, and I have done already told you, I have done my PhD on his guidance, and he is very intelligent. He is very intelligent in international relations and public policies. I have seen him, and we are like just like a family members. మీకు అటు తెలుగులో క్వశ్చన్ చెప్తాను. రవి గారు కూడా పాలిటిక్స్ లో నేపథ్యం ఉంది. మన కేఎల్ రావు గారు మీకు ఏమవుతారండి? కేఎల్ రావు గారు మీరు వినేస్తారు. బీదర్ సెంట్రల్ మినిస్టర్. అంటే మనకి గోదావరి బ్రిడ్జికి, గోదావరి నదికి రాజమండ్రిలో కేఎల్ రావు గారి పురుష ఎంత ఉంది. ఆయన మేనేజర్ అంటే చాలా బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ ఉంది. అలాగే మావయ్య గారు ఇక్కడ మన న్యూక్లియర్ ఫిజిక్స్ లో హెడ్గా ఉండేవారు. 35 PhD చేశారు ఆయన కింద. మీరు ఆశ్చర్యపోతారు, ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్న రీసెర్చ్ టాప్ రీసెర్చ్, ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్న టాప్ రీసెర్చ్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ లో ఆయన స్టూడెంట్ ఉన్నారు. ఈయన బాగుమంది గారు ఆయన కంపెనీ బాగుమంది గారు ఒరాకిల్ కంపెనీకి వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ వరల్డ్. మీకు ఇంకో విషయం ఏంటంటే, నేను అమెరికా వెళ్ళినప్పుడు నేను అది స్టడీ హౌస్ ఆయన ఇంటికి వెళ్ళాను. ఆయన ఇంటికి వెళ్ళాలంటే ఎలా వెళ్ళగలిగాను? మా గురువు వల్ల అపాయింట్మెంట్ ఇస్తారు. ఓకే, వరాకిల్ మొత్తానికి తెలుసు కదా, వరాకిల్ ఇండియా వరల్డ్ ఈజ్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. మా గురువు గారికి తెలుగులో పాదాలకి నమస్కరించుకుంటూ ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ వచ్చినందుకు నాకు చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. And before chief guest, now I need to thank the hero of the international sector and HOD, Professor Pramananda Garu, some other Pramananda Garu గురించి నేను ఇంగ్లీష్ లో కన్నా తెలుగులో చెప్తే బాగుంటుందని. मैं आपको बताऊंगा, मैं तेलुगु में क्या बताया बात है, ठीक है. అండ్ ప్రమాదంగా గారు ఒక మంచి విషయం అంటే వెరీ కైండ్ హార్టెడ్, వెరీ కైండ్. ఎప్పుడైనా మీరు గమనించండి, గట్టి గట్టిగా కేకలు వేసేవాడు హృదయం ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే సున్నితంగా ఉంటుంది. సో అలాంటి ఆయన తిడతారు, తిట్టి పని చేస్తారు, ఎందుకంటే మీరు తిట్టకపోతే పని చేయగలరు. ఓకే, సో ప్రమాదం గారు ఇది వెరీ కైండ్ హార్టెడ్. మనకి డిపార్ట్మెంట్ లో ఇంత ఈజీ కాదు. మొన్న నేషనల్ సెమినార్ చేశారు తక్కువ టైంలో. నేను ఏం చెప్పానంటే, సరే రవాణా గారిని చెప్పాను, మన ఎక్కడైనా సెమినార్ చేద్దామండి, మన శీతల్ శర్మ 1 lakh ఇస్తారు కాదు, పైగా ఇది ప్రెస్టీజియస్ సెమినార్, ఎరాస్మస్ అండ్ యూరోపియన్ యూనియన్. మనకి ఇలాంటి ఎరాస్మస్ యూరోపియన్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ మన ఆంధ్ర యూనివర్సిటీ మొత్తంలో ఎక్కడ కూడా జరగలేదు. ఇది జరగడానికి కారణాలు అంటే నేనైతే డబ్బులు అయితే ఇవ్వగలుగుతాను కానీ పనులు చేయలేదు కదా. నాగరాజు ఈయనతో కూర్చుని షెడ్యూల్ తయారు చేయడం, పని చేయడం ఈజీ కాదు. కానీ నేను స్టూడెంట్స్ చెప్తూ ఉంటాను, మనం ప్రొయాక్టివ్ గా ఉండాలి. ప్రొయాక్టివ్ గా ఎలా ఉండాలంటే, నేను వచ్చి ఇక్కడ ఏసీ పని చేస్తుందో లేదో చూసుకోవాలి. ఒక ఏసీ ఎవరు చూస్తారో చూసుకోవాలి, వాడి నెంబర్లు పెట్టుకోవాలి. తర్వాత ఒక ఆయన పని చేయకపోతే ఇమీడియట్ గా మనం చేయగలిగారు, అది ప్రొయాక్టివ్నెస్. కరెంట్ ఆగిపోతే ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ ఏంటంటే మోటార్ ఉందా లేదో చూసుకోవాలి, దట్ ఈస్ ప్రొయాక్టివ్నెస్. నేనే ఫోన్ చేసి థ్యాంక్స్ టు ఉమేష్ అండ్ అది వీళ్ళిద్దరికి నేను చెప్తే మోటార్ సైకిల్ లో వెళ్ళి పానీ తీసుకొచ్చారు. ఓకే, వీటిని తక్కువ టైం. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ వాళ్ళకి ఏంటంటే ఆపరేషన్ ఎబిలిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి. సో వాట్ వీ లెర్న్ అంటే, ఇలాంటి సెమినార్లు జరుగుతున్నప్పుడు వీ నీడ్ టు లెర్న్ మెనీ ఆపరేషన్ స్కిల్స్. మనం దానిలో 33 దేశాల్లో ఆపరేషన్ స్కిల్స్ తీసుకెళ్ళి అది అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి. ఓకే, సో థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ ఫర్ ఆర్గనైజింగ్ ద ఇంటర్నేషనల్ సెమినార్. ఓకే, మీకు లెఫ్ట్ హ్యాండ్ రైట్ హ్యాండ్ ఉన్నారు. అయితే ఏంటంటే లెఫ్ట్ హ్యాండ్ ఏం చేస్తుందో రైట్ హ్యాండ్ తెలియదు, రైట్ హ్యాండ్ ఏం చేస్తుందో లెఫ్ట్ హ్యాండ్ తెలియదు. అయినా కూడా ఇద్దరు కలిసి మీకు చెప్తున్నారు, ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. ఓకే, అండ్ ఆల్సో మీకు సపోర్ట్ గా ప్రెసిడెంట్ గారు ఉన్నారు. ఇంకా మీరు ఒక విషయం ఏంటంటే ఒక సిస్టమ్ సెట్ అయిపోయింది కాబట్టి చేయగలుగుతారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ ఫర్ ఆర్గనైజింగ్. అండ్ ఫైనలీ we need to thank our chief guest, Indra Sharma garu. And in fact, I know her from 2007. 2007 లో నేను మినిస్ట్రీలో జాయిన్ అయ్యాను. తను కూడా మా ఆర్గనైజేషన్ చేసింది. ఏ కాంపిటీషన్ కూడా మేడం సారీ తెలుగు ఓకే the main words you get in English, right? రెడ్డి ఒక 2 నిమిషం. 2007 లో మేము ఇద్దరం కంపెనీలో చేసేవాళ్ళం, ఎక్సెల్ లో ఇండస్ట్రీలో. అండ్ ఆమె ఏ కాంపిటీషన్ పెట్టారు అంటే ఒక లోకో కాంపిటీషన్ పెడితే ఫస్ట్ వచ్చింది, ఒక హిందీ కాంపిటీషన్ పెడితే ఫస్ట్ వచ్చింది. అంటే అప్పుడే మనం అర్థం చేసుకున్నాం మంచి ఆమెకి ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఏంటంటే ఇట్లీ ఇంట్రెస్ట్. సో ఆమె 5 సంవత్సరాలు నా మిసెస్ వాళ్ళు మా ఇంటికి వస్తారు, మేము వాళ్ళ ఇంటికి వెళ్తాం. కానీ వాళ్ళ ఇంటికి వెళ్ళడానికి 2 గంటలు పడుతుంది. వాళ్ళు కూడా అండ్ అతను ఉన్న విధానం ఆమె ఇంటికి ఎప్పుడు వచ్చినా ఇడ్లీ వండడం, వాళ్ళ ఇంటికి వెళ్ళినా కూడా ఇడ్లీ వండడం తీసుకెళ్తాం. ఓకే, సో నాకు వంట కూడా బాగా వచ్చు. నేను ఆల్రెడీ కూడా అన్ని వండేసి రెడీగా పెట్టాను. రేపు సాయంకాలం నేను ఇంటికి నేనే కొద్ది వండి ఆమె పంపిస్తాను. చెట్టు మా ఆమె చేయలేను. ఓకే రైట్. విషయాన్ని వెళ్తాం కూడా ఏంటంటే జాయిన్ అయిన తర్వాత తను జేఎన్యూలో జాయిన్ అవ్వడం జరిగింది. మీరు ఆశ్చర్యపోతారు, ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ ఎవరో వెళ్తే అదే రోజు ఇమీడియట్ గా శీతల్ శర్మని ఎన్డీటీవీలో కానీ సంస్థలో కానీ డీడీలో కానీ పిలుస్తారు లైవ్. మీరు ఎప్పుడైనా చూడండి. ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే 400 ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ టీవీలో ఇచ్చారు లైవ్. 400 సార్లు అంటే కెమెరాలో ఆమె ఇంటికి వస్తాయి, ఇంటికి వచ్చి షూట్ చేస్తారు, ఇంటికి లైవ్ జరుగుతుంది. షీ హాస్ సచ్ అన్ ఇంటెలిజెంట్ ఉమెన్, వెరీ లర్నెడ్. తన గురించి చెప్పాలంటే నా పరిచయం ఎక్కువ, కానీ తన గురించి ఎక్కువ చెప్పలేకపోతున్నాను. కానీ మనకి ఏంటంటే వెరీ పర్ఫెక్ట్ రీసెర్చ్ మెథడాలజీ. రీసెర్చ్ మెథడాలజీ పేపర్ ఉంది. ఎప్పుడైనా ఒకసారి మనం మీకు ఆన్లైన్ లో పేపర్ I request Sheetal ma'am at least to give 1 hour without pay to online students and research methodology. And she traveled many countries. చాలా దేశాలు వెళ్ళింది, యూరోప్ అంతా చూసింది. తర్వాత ఎరాస్మస్ అంటే అది ప్రెస్టీజియస్ యూరోపియన్ యూనియన్ ఉంది. మనకి $10 million ప్రాజెక్ట్ వచ్చింది. మనకి ఆ ప్రాజెక్ట్ లోనే 3 year క్లాస్. మనకి ఆ ప్రాజెక్ట్ లోనే ₹1 లక్ష మనం సొంతం. థ్యాంక్స్ టు ధన్యవాద్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ శుక్రియా ఫర్ 1 lakh. ఓకే, అండ్ ఇంకా నేను చెప్పాలంటే మనకు టైం సరిపోదు దాని గురించి. చెప్పాను కదా ఎన్ని బుక్స్ రాసింది. తర్వాత ఏంటంటే నేను ఇక్కడ కూడా నాకు సెంటర్ వేసుకున్నాను, ఏమనుకోవద్దు. బిల్డింగ్ పర్సనాలిటీ ఎంప్లాయబిలిటీ స్కిల్స్ అని అది మేము ఐఎస్ ఇండియా ఇంటర్నేషనల్ సెంటర్ లో రిలీజ్ చేసాము. ఆ రిలీజియస్ ఫంక్షన్ కి మేడం కీనోట్ అడ్రస్ తో మాట్లాడారు. ఇంకా నా పుట్టు వెనకాల కూడా ఆమె స్టేట్మెంట్ ఉంది. ఎప్పుడైనా మీరు యూనిట్ నా దగ్గర కొనుక్కోవచ్చు. మీకైతే 50%, టోటల్ గా అయితే 400 రూపాయలు. సారీ ఫర్ దిస్ స్టేట్మెంట్ బికాస్ ఎందుకు చెప్పానంటే శీతల్ శర్మ రోల్ తో ఉంది ఆ పుస్తకం చెప్పడం కోసం. Right. Thank you, Sheetal ma'am, for coming all over from Delhi. And she is very busy. Now, May the Brussels Parliament law, she is going to speak in May. Adi kuda vachindi. Okay, such an coverage personality, and we are having with us. Thank you ma'am for coming. And in fact, you इवन urban environment में आपने कंपेयर किया है, लेकिन सब लोगों का दिल का रह जाता है। अभी सबको समझ में आ गया अभी वुमेन एनवायरनमेंट क्या है उनके लिए। आपको सीधे माने नहीं करूँगा तब चलता है। And finally, press media team and the other dignitaries, some other colleges and వచ్చారు వాళ్ళందరికీ థాంక్స్ చెప్తూ తర్వాత సమాపంగా ఇప్పుడే అందరూ అటెండ్ అయ్యి మనకి చాలా సీనియర్ ప్రొఫెసర్ మన డిపార్ట్మెంట్ భువనేశ్వర్ ఆయన పరీక్షగా వచ్చారు సార్ కైండ్లీ ఓకే Okay, so please. Only 2 minutes. Sorry, Professor of Political Science from Andhra University. After that, I was emeritus fellow, and now I'm actor professor of Andhra University. But I was an alumnus of this department. I did my PhD and obtained my PhD in the year 1983 under Professor A. Prasanna Kumar. This fellow, during that time I had joined the PhD diploma in strategic studies. Professor Ravi, though we used to be friends, but he is my guru also because we taught me strategic studies. So whatever I am today, Andhra University has a great hand in that. And if I am not outside, at least Andhra University has a great role, and Andhra University has shaped my career. And I owe to Andhra University, and I feel privileged to be here on a great occasion because it was an accident. Whenever I used to, because I have come here to attend a different seminar, I had already presented my paper. And whenever I used to come to Visakhapatnam, first I used to give a call to Professor Ravi. And we used to go outside for dining and I yesterday when I rang up, he said, I don't to the he said, even if the department doesn't invite once I know, because I was a part of this department. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I thank all the students and parent students for welcoming all this and also give over the bouquets to our dignitaries. But thank you once again and thank all the students for doing this political science. So with this, we conclude this international seminar session. Now, so now it was only foreign students come out of the dais. I have to have a photograph, please. Foreign students, please come. Mark, hello. Now, I request all the participants now online session will start. After photo session, we start sitting here only.
కూర్చొని సార్ మీరు అలాగా సార్ లైవ్ వెళ్తుంది సార్ అలా కొంచెం
Right, sir. Right, sir. No way.
Thank you. Thank you. Easy times. Easy times. Easy times. అందరికీ సహాయం చేస్తాడు. మినిమం ట్యాక్స్ Coming to the lecture. Please sit down. Please sit down.
Are you audible?
Yes,
Yes, now yes.
Okay. Are you okay? Okay with this audio? Are you okay?
Can you
with this
hear
audio?
me well? Can you hear me well?
Okay. So your audio is nice. It is audible to audience. So
Yes, yes.
okay. Then can you start your presentation?
Now already yes, yeah?
Okay. Yes. Yes. You can start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Distinguished scholars of the international seminar, faculty members, and students. I'm extremely delighted to be invited by the prestigious Andhra University. I congratulate the seminar convener, Professor Patedi Premandam, conveners, Dr. Shaikh Suleiman, Dr. Nagaraju, Dr. Satyanarayana, and their team for taking initiative to organize the seminar. I'm sure that the discussion during the seminar will benefit faculty members, research scholars, students, educators, to community by addressing ways to strengthen democracy in India and Europe. The topic addressed in today's seminar is still much more to explore in this area. Comparative studies are of particular interest. As a social scientist, comparative studies are interesting to me. I published my first article on the transnationalization of democratization during my first year of master's degree. I aimed to demonstrate that democratization is inevitable and unstoppable. I drew inspiration from an article by the well-known political scientist Francis Fukuyama, published in The End of History and Last Man. Fukuyama declared that the great ideological battles between East and West were over, and the Western liberal democracy has triumphed. The consolidation of democracy has been challenging. In some countries, we still have democratic systems. In 2024, last year, three very famous scientists, Robinson Akemoglu and Simon Johnson, were awarded the Nobel Memorial Prize for the comparative studies on prosperity between nations. Their highly acclaimed book, When Nations Fail, attempts to take an interdisciplinary approach drawing on decades of economic research. It argues that political institutions, not culture or geography, explain why some nations have become rich while others remain poor. I was born in Georgia in the Soviet Union, which later collapsed, and I have been living in independent Georgia ever since. I have experience living in both the totalitarian and the democratic country. While it's interesting, it is not desirable. We post-Soviet people know all too well the importance of political institutions for prosperity and development. When discussing European democracy, it's essential to consider the differences between Eastern and Western European countries. The socialist bloc in Eastern Europe lacks a long history of democratic governance and has been profoundly affected by totalitarian regimes. The formation of political systems in the post-Soviet era remains a relevant topic even 30 years after in Jaipur, Rajasthan, where one of the parties was loudly announcing the election program to the voters on the street. At the time, I realized that the more here. Fair and free elections are not just important for a country's democracy. Elections are not just important for a country's democracy. They are the most while these elections may not always
being fair, they are essential. There are much more to learn from Indian democracy about inclusiveness, equality, and the process of deepening democracy. In October 2024, parliamentary elections were held in Georgia, in my country. However, these results have not been recognized by local oppositional parties and election monitoring organizations. And the opposition parties have rejected the mandate they won, and demonstrations continue to these days. India, the world's largest and most complex democracy, while maintaining several similarities with the Western democratic model, the Indian political system has numerous differences. Special attention should be paid to the stability of the social political system, which has ensured the preservation of the democratic tradition, despite facing various challenges to its functioning. I follow the situation of women's rights in India. Despite the many challenges that still exist in terms of gender equality, there have also been significant achievements. Improved maternal health. Maternal mortality rate reduced from 130 to 97 live births. Under 5 mortality rates decreased from 43 to 32. Life expectancy for women increased to 71 years, expected to reach 74.7 years by 2031. In the compelling book, The Geography of Thought, How Asians and Westerners Think Differently and Why, author underlined that Westerners might prioritize direct confrontation and resolution of specific issues, aiming to establish clear agreements on each point of contention. Eastern negotiators, on the other hand, may seek harmony and balance, striving to understand the perspectives of all parties involved and propose solutions that maintain relationships and long-term cooperation. In various countries, people think and act differently, despite similarities in political systems. Democracy cannot be the same everywhere because it's based on people, their behavior, and cultural norms, and many other factors. If India continues to grow economically, the final foundation piece for a stable democracy will soon be put in place. I convey my thanks to organizers of this international seminar for providing an opportunity to critically think on an extremely relevant issue. And I want to finalize my speech with a famous quotation from Mahatma Gandhi. True democracy cannot be worked by the 20 men sitting at the center. It has to be worked from every village, from the people of every village. Thank you very much for the seminar. I hope due to these technical problems, you could hear me and my this speech was interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. Very and your time from Georgia. So we are very delighted to hear your messages on the international seminar on democracy and diversity change in India and Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. So technical session will start from after lunch. Lunch service technical session start out after 15 minutes. Lunch followed only. Okay. చాలా బాగుంది, చాలా బాగుంది. సరిపోతుంది రోజు అది ఎందుది పుల్లొద్దు అది అదే అటు మాట్లాడు తీసు బాగుంటుందని తీసాను అటు పడుతుంది జస్ట్ ఫోటోఫోట్
Good. So for this seminar, before going to into my paper, I would like to ask you some questions. It's not testing your GK or something. Just give me random answers. It's fine. So I would like to start by asking, can you name 5 chief ministers who are women? Anybody? I don't find the answer. It's not about GK. 5 women chief ministers.
Nandini Shafarji,
Yes, sir.
Mayawati,
Yes, sir.
Mamata Banerjee,
Yes, sir.
Mayawati,
Yes, sir.
Jayalalitha.
Yes, sir. Okay, got 5. 5 more? Can you go 5 more?
Hello?
If you give 5, that's great. Can you give me 5 more? Like 5 is great. Can you give me 5 more people?
Sushma Swaraj.
Yeah, okay. 5 more. And anyone? You give it last time. Rekha Gupta. Okay. More. Okay. It's fine. Now, can you give me 5 people who were members of Lok Sabha and worked in ministerial roles in central level? 5 women. 5 women who worked in ministerial roles in center. Currently, we have one finance minister who is a woman. Yeah. Can you give me 4 more names who are women in ministerial roles? They don't need to be current. Sorry? Yes. Yes, he gave the same answer. Yes. Any more? Ministerial. They gave us. Ministerial role in center. I'm sorry. Center ministry role. Okay. It's fine. Okay. So far, 16 women has held the ministerial positions in central government. You can include Indira Gandhi because she's the prime minister, and 18 women in all the states combined have become the chief minister of their respective state. And so, what I'm trying to point out here is the percentage of women. Like, if actually it was easy for me to search on Google. Like, I typed it this straight away. They gave me a page. But when I tried to search men chief ministers, the list was not there. I mean, it's biased, right? Why women list is clearly available, but why not men? Obviously, it will be a big book, but still there is only women list. Sadly, the thing is, it is so short. So women actively coming into politics is very less in India. So this is the paper I wrote on women in politics. What I'm trying to point out here is women come out and participate in politics very occasionally. Even when they do, they come from certain restrictions or something like that. So isn't it time to change this already? Like, what are we still in 18th century or 19th? It's already 21st century. But still, women are not daring to come out. Why is that? There are a lot of issues like social issues and all. Solutions, obviously, actually the major problem is gender stereotyping. So I think a lot of people know the concept already. So once we stop doing these kind of gender stereotyping and all, and also providing opportunity to women would make it easier to make this happen. So I wish this conference kind of things would work as a start to that. My area of focus is that bring inclusivity to women. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. KVSSL note paper.
And my thanks and gratitude to all the organizing team. Myself is KVSSN Murthy, research scholar in journalism, mass communication, Andhra University. Here my topic is bridging continents yoga teaching through digital media by Indian teachers to European students. Here I have did a wonderful research. Like a qualitative approach was employed using semi-structured interviews with 10 Indian yoga instructors who teach European students online. In addition, 50 European students participated in a structured online survey designed to evaluate their perceptions and challenges and benefits of receiving digital yoga instructions. Thematically, analysis was used to identify recurring patterns. An abstract is called the digital age has transformed the ways in which traditional Indian wisdom, especially yoga, is disseminated to global audience. The study explores how Indian yoga teachers use digital media to instruct students who is actually from Europe, highlighting the cultural and pedagogical and relational dimensions of online yoga education. By conducting qualitative interviews with yoga instructors and feedback surveys from European students, this research presents insights into the evolving dynamics of yoga teaching. Findings reveal that digital media has not only extended the reach of Indian teachers, sacred teacher-student called what we call relationship in the context of globalization. And here we have literally review. Scholars like Strauss and White have analyzed the global journey of yoga and its adoption across different cultures. Recent studies emphasize the role of digital media in yoga, particularly during the global lockdown. However, few have explored the relation and the cultural dynamics between Indian teachers and European students in a digital context. This study addresses this gap by exploring live experience from both groups. In fact, the European author, who is Paul Brunton, wrote an extraordinary book called A Search in Secret India in 1930s, 40s, that really leads many European people to find yoga education, which is actually from India. And here, pedagogical adoption. Indian instructors combine traditional elements such as chanting or Sanskrit terminology or somewhat spiritual philosophy with modern tools like Zoom, YouTube, and Instagram to deliver their comprehensive yoga sessions. Many also use PowerPoint presentations and anatomy visuals to better engage Western learners unfamiliar with Eastern metaphors. Despite the digital setting, instructors have preserved the authenticity of the practice by maintaining rituals like opening ceremony and closing prayers also. And coming to discussion points, called the results suggest that digital yoga instruction by Indian teachers is both visible and effective for European students. This aligns with existing literature that supports online platforms as viable mediums for knowledge dissemination. The spiritual transformation of Indian wisdom remains robust, even through screens, suggesting a paradigm shift in how sacred relationships are formed in modern times. But conclusion is digital platforms have opened new avenues for global spiritual exchange. Indian yoga teachers are effectively transmitting not just physical exercises, but a holistic lifestyle. The digital classroom is evolving into a sacred space where cultural exchange, mutual respect, and authenticity learning thrive. This transformation paves the way for globalized but deeply rooted yoga tradition. So thank you for this opportunity. Any queries? Any questions regarding this presentation? Thank you. Next, Raj Kumar from Central University of Andhra Pradesh, Anantapur.
Hello everyone. Wishing a very good afternoon to all. My name is Sohana. I am from Central University of Andhra Pradesh, and he is my classmate. Her name is Rajkumar Rao. Firstly, to present our paper. Our presentation topic is women's political representation in India and European Union. Women's political representation is a cultural accept of democratic government, reflecting the inclusivity and equality of the political system. In both India and the European Union, efforts have been made to encourage women's participation in politics. The challenges focused by women in political in their religion, including social, cultural barrier and general barrier. My friend Rajkumar Rao continue the presentation.
Thank you, Yasmin. So while discussing that women participation in parliament, that European Union and the Indian. So my research topic is includes to explore the current states of women participation in politics, and then to understand how constitutional provision and policies shape the women's political involvement, and to identify the major challenges women faces in politics, and also to the suggestions and way forward. So currently, if we talk about the women representation in the world, the representation of women in national legislature saw a slow, consistent process in 2003, as reported by the Interparliamentary Union report in 2023. So 2023 saw the departure of several high-profile female leaders. Many attributed their decision to a step down the burnout and growing problem of the online harassment. Among of them, Jacinda Ardern registered as the Prime Minister of New Zealand, who also departed from the politics. See, if we see that women in parliament at the world level, some countries have made significant strides through the gender quotas and affirmative action. This provision plays a very vital role in increasing the role of women in the parliament and in politics specifically. If I talk about the women in involvement in the local government, so the women participation in local government demonstrate a relatively higher level of representation than legislation. According to United constitute 35.5% of elected members in local deliberative bodies across 145 countries. So, however, only 2 countries have achieved full gender parity, like 50%. A gender parity, it can be a lump sum involvement of the male candidates in the politics. 26 nations have more than 40% of female representation in the local government. See, if we talk about the Indian context, in the Lok Sabha, percentage of women members has risen from 5%, which was in the first election, and now it is the eighth election in 2024. It increased to 13% in the Rajya Sabha and 13.6% in the current Lok Sabha. So the number of women contesting election has shown a gradual increase over the past 15 years. In 1957, just 45 women candidates were contesting the Lok Sabha election. In 2024, there were 799 candidates who participated in the elections. The European Union and Indian Parliament, the involvement of women, then we see that as 2024, women's representation in India's Lok Sabha stands at approximately 50%, reflecting a gradual increase from 5% in the Lok Sabha. If I talk about the European Union, it has decreased election by 2.1%. It comes to 37.6%. Both reasons exist under representation of women in politics, underscoring the need of enhanced policies and initiatives to promote gender inclusive governance. See, if I talk about the European and the Indian context, both having the under representation, both have making their efforts to increase the women representation in the parliament as well as the local government. For that sake, they have made a provision like legislative quota. The legislative quota is different from the voluntary quota. That is, in legislative quota, there is certain amount of quota which is made for the inclusion of gender, especially for the women. It can 30%, 33%, 40%, 50%, it can be varied. So the quota has proven effective in certain contexts, leading to the notable improvement in gender representation.
If I see the case study of Denmark, see, Denmark has represented, see, there is no quota in Denmark in their legislative provision and all. But because of the informal provision in their political system, they made a tremendous increase of the women involvement. See, the success. Okay, so just 2 minutes to conclude. See, in Indian context, there is some challenges like proxy representation. It deals with that on the behalf of women, which is elected, the male member of their family or any influence that rules on behalf of us. See, or take decision. Financial barrier because election is very high costing. Institutional political obstacles, cultural barriers, and violence and intimidation. See, what lessons that learns India from the European Union and the other successful world on democracy. Institutionalizing gender quotas. Like we have in local government 33% of quotas for the women. At the same time, see, it should be increased like because we need, see, 50% of the population is women. So if it is less than 50%, obviously it is underrepresented. So we need to do that. Encouraging political party reforms, like yeah, they are mainly give the preference to the male in contesting the election. So it should not be there. There should be some provision for women also. Strengthening institutional and legal support and transforming social attitudes. See, if I see in the voting behavior of the people also, they majorly used to support the male members. So thank you so much for the giving opportunity to the committee, and thank you so much to my vice chancellor Isaac Hori sir, my dean in charge Cecilia Reddy, and my parents to allow me to come here. And thank you each and everyone to listening. Thank you so much for now.
So what is the women representation of India?
Right now in parliament, it is 13 point, I think 2% in parliament right now.
Which Lok Sabha highest women representation in India?
Which Lok Sabha?
Lok Sabha.
I think Delhi. Delhi.
Which Lok Sabha? Here, parliament. Parliament elections.
Oh, sorry. It is 2024. I think 70. Oh, 18th Lok Sabha have the highest.
What is the percentage?
It is 13 point something.
Okay. What's your methodology?
Methodology based on the secondary data, and it is quantitative data was there. I taken from the reports like IEU report, Election Commission of India, and also some articles I took, and also some coaching materials I included.
The last question. So, which country having highest women representation in the world?
Rwanda is having 56 something, and then followed by Cuba. It is there, and even after if I see that more than 40%, no, Spain is there, Norway is there, Sweden is there. This country having the good number of people. Yes, sir.
How you see you want to see a quantitative representative or qualitative representative?
See,
You made a one remark. It is a contradictory one.
Sure.
In parliament, in our parliament, no woman is proxy.
See,
it is in your only local government it happens, but you are stating it in the parliament.
Let me finish this argument. See, proxy means
Oh, that's it. Which is the only. How you see women represented?
I want both the quantitative and qualitative. Quantitative in the sense of representation that should be presented all the women. At the same time, it should not be manipulated or interference by any other decision maker. See, if a woman is elected, she can understand the situation or what the situation should be made, and it should be it is the only who can take the good decision. While influencing of others, like a male member or any other bureaucrats and all, it will impact their decision making. That I don't know.
Okay. Very good presentation. Yes. Leonardo and the ABS. Bike it. Lagal.
Pass your time out. Within 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
इधर की 10 minutes sir 25 high time
बात ही है।
reasonable okay
Remote your problem. Remote your problem.
not that remote the problem remote HDMI 1 పెట్టారు HDMI 1 లో పెట్టారు మీ రాలేదు
Click for this and then you will start out.
ouch should you use the presentation I can do it. I can do it. Good afternoon, one and all. Myself Nageswar. On behalf of Dr. Dipankar Dey, my co-author, and I'm here to give presentation on title Ramification of Cross-Border Migration in a Globalized World, a comparative study of refugee policies and practices in India and Europe. So basically, in the globalized world, to explain what is the gist of this paper, in this globalized world, now we can see there are a lot of conflicts, there is a lot of wars, scenario has been taking place even then. So the main problem of any democratic country or any country is migration. So basically on that, we have done a comparative studies between India and Europe, how the policies and the implementation has been taking place. So on that, we have done. So to start with, globalization era, the migration is one of the reshaping factors in any country. So in that reshaping of social, we can talk about economic and political landscape. Of United Nations High Commission for Refugees is seen that 120 billion globally displaced people in the year 2020. So this is done because of the ongoing crisis and the conflicts. For example, like Syrian war and Rohingya crisis. So disparities and the climate change are the other factors which is eventually taking place in the globalized world. Migration and the crisis of in the democracies. So And migration brings economic opportunities, but also strains social and welfare systems. To see what are the objectives of my paper, to examine and contrast the legal and the constitutional approach to refugee protection in India and Europe. Second one is to evaluate how different policies affect different integration, labor market outcomes, security reasons, and social cohesion in both the regions, as well as India as well as the Europe. And the third one is to propose actionable reforms that reconcile humanitarian obligations with nation security concern, drawing lessons from the both contexts to improve migration governance globally. So now let's examine the differences between the policies between India as well as Europe. To start with Europe, we have seen there are majorly two policies. Even regulation determines that the member state is responsible in processing asylum applications to provide abuse and reduction in administrative burden. This is the first one, and the second one is Schengen agreement allows borderless traveling among the European Union. There are total 27 countries that freely move in any country. So the policies then later on this become a burden to have a borderless societies, borderless boundaries. So then in the year 2025, they have put certain restrictions. This become a biggest challenge. Coming where in European context, they have a structured model of how to implement the policies, how to deal with this refugee all this. So in the context of India, we have so-called add-on refugee approach, which means we treat the different kind of people, different kind of refugees differently. For instance, we treat Bangladeshis or Sri Lanka refugees in different ways based on our historical context, how we have bilateral relations with them. So to that, we take different kind of policies to the different kind of refugees. Correct. Okay. So there's a lot of work is done here. So in short, I could conclude in just a minute. In India and Europe have different approaches to mitigate governance. Europe has structured policies through the EU and CEAS that offers consistency and legal protection. However, the Europe also faces different challenges like uneven burden sharing and anti-mitigation sentiments. In the context of India, it is more add-on but flexible enough. So, an analysis will suggest that India should develop a more structured approach while retaining flexibility. And Europe, though it learned from India's adopted policies in managing migration flows through agreement and cooperation. Thank you.
Did government of India made any acts about refugees?
Sir, particularly there's no act on this. Eventually when
there was state policy to stop the refugees from other countries.
Sir, when some people seek shelter, mostly we can't bring them. That is called asylum. So in that context, when some refugees come for seeking shelter, then government takes adoptive strategies. Even then only, there's no structured kind of thing. So we are recommending India should have a structured as well as flexible enough to alter the.
What is about NRC? National Social University. No, sir.
I didn't get you, sir. It's okay. Thank you. It's
yes.
Like what?
Namaste, one and all. Today our topic is the digital agora, a comparative perspective on citizen engagement platforms, media, and we will present this paper today. What is digital agora? It is a terminology from Greek word. It is not a modern agora, not a sale. It is agora means a platform where citizens used to engage in political things or policy making or decision making during the ancient times of Greece. And today, the social media is playing that similar role in a virtual media. That's called, we call it as digital agora. And it is used for transforming people public verbalization. For example, you can see any activism. It is very easy to mobilize the people through social media. The best example is group to protest. These all happen because just Telegram groups only. Telegram groups and WhatsApp groups are mobilizing the people to do protest in various areas of whole Andhra Pradesh, and it creates influence on the government. And next, to create political knowledge and youth political engagement. You can see WhatsApp channels for political groups. Like every group has 3 to 4 groups for a party. Like a large number of parties are there. So many groups are there to engage young minds. To engage, and also you can scroll Instagram feed where you can see a lot of political stories and things. And next, to bridge the government and technology, it is an effective way, like MyGov, a portal which is solely created to divide data privacy and misinformation as the key challenges. Next. Our methodology is primary sources like Constitution of India and doctrinal various acts from Government of India and from Europe also. And we followed some case studies to analyze the situation. And secondary sources mainly articles from Times of India and all. Next, our objectives to examine the difference in regulatory framework of governing social media in India and Europe, and to assess the impact of social media on elections and political decision making, social activism in India and Europe. And to identify challenges which are acting like hurdles to implement this digitalization in governance and any field. And finally, we suggested some recommendations to improvise the digital media. Next. Social media impact on political mobilization. We can see the case study of BJP from 2014 to till 2024. During the elections of 2014, no party introduced themselves into social media. The first party to use the digital social media platforms is BJP, and Modi is topmost user in India. Even till today, he has a more following. He has more retweets and all. It is a chart from 2014, 16th May, where Narendra Modi is top. Not only in India, he competed with world leaders like Obama. Obama is the top one, and Trump is the top two. But he overtook the place of Trump, and he became the second place. when it comes to 2019, parties used to create their own social media groups to engage their youth to upgrade themselves and also to expand the digital strategy. They used to create some a separate unit for maintaining the social media. And when it comes to the 24, every person, every MLA candidate, every MP candidate used it. And the best example for distraction, disinformation, and pro using is TDP used social media to create negativity on YCP. At the same time, BJP used the social media to strengthen themselves. That is how constructive versus destructive works. When it comes to Brexit campaign, a lot of foreign actors also played a key role. Cambridge Analytica scandal is the biggest scandal in social media ever. They used to create negative and publish the pro-Brexit. Even the same Russian linked agencies also do the same. Even though this all impact has fallen on the total turnout, it is 72%, and the Brexit victory rate 51%. Next. My Gov portal is a best example for governance through digital media. It helps to engage the people through various activities like quizzes, poster making, and all. And saying Console is an open platform created by Spain to involve the people. Next. Real time is you all know. Next. Next please. It is the group to protest. Some of you also might engage in that. It is just because of WhatsApp groups and Telegram groups. They created immense pressure where the CM responded in the drama. That much pressure can create. Next. The question is social media protected under right to there is two cases. It should be every person should have the right to expression, but it should be limited. It is not absolute right. So in prevent the harm, like in case of national security or to prevent any riots, government can control the social media. It is even internet can be controlled. We can see that in Kashmir internet blockade. This is longest internet blockade in a democracy, 100 years. And Anurag, next. Okay. When it comes to legal framework, I think everyone knows about our Indian Constitution. Like everything, the governance and the judiciary and everything depends upon Indian Constitution in India. So when it comes to Constitution, you can see that Article 19, it comes under right to freedom, right? So the Indian Constitution mentions freedom of speech and expression. And it also mentions about Article 21, the right to life and personal liberty. So here in Article 21, many court judgments held that right to privacy is also a fundamental right. By evolving generations, it also mentions that right is also a fundamental right. And when it comes to acts, the Information and IT Act of 2000, it also regulates the online activities, e-commerce, and cyber security. It mentions two important subclauses like Section 61A and Section 79. Like in India, in European Union also, there are some countries like France and others. So they mention different types of legal frameworks. For example, Article 8 of EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, European Union Charter of Fundamental Rights. It mentions about personal data of a single person. And Article 11 of EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, it also ensures the freedom of expression and access to information. Next. Okay. Similarly, there are some other legal frames in France, UK, Germany, and Spain, like French Constitution and General Data Protection Regulation. and basic law and network, and the Spanish constitution also mentions about the right to privacy, which comes under fundamental rights in European Union. Next. Okay. There are many judicial pronouncements which says about the right to privacy is a fundamental right. For example, Supreme Court of India in PUCL versus Union of India. It's here PUCL comes under People's Union for Civic Liberties and Challenges. If this PUCL challenges the Telegraph Act, Section 5, Subclause 2 of Telegraph Act, so it comes under PUCL versus Union of India. In this, the Supreme Court tells that right to free communication is also a fundamental right, and it should be prevented. It should not be prevented arbitrary telephone. Unlike it says about the government should not phone tap any personal individual calls. And it comes under Sweya Singhal versus Union of India. It speaks about the free speech, and also a case Kutuswamy versus Union of India in 2017. It is considered as landmark judgment for right to privacy. What is the case means? I think everyone knows about the Aadhaar. They challenge against the Aadhaar, like the Aadhaar is against the right to privacy, like the Aadhaar is exposing the data of an individual. So in the Supreme Court in a landmark judgment states that right to privacy is also a fundamental right. And followed by Anuradha Bhasin and Twitter versus Union of India cases explains about the right to privacy. Next. And other judicial pronouncements in European Union also. Next. Like what are the main challenges in this digital agora? Like the balancing freedom of prevention is one of the main challenges in this digital era. Ensuring data privacy, like you see about the data privacy, you always speak about the data privacy is a fundamental right, but you always post your photographs, videographs, and other day-to-day activities in this social media, and also transparency in content data and platform accountability. The platform should be accountable what they are doing and what the persons are doing. And there is the digital divide, inclusive digital education to empower citizen rights and responsibility. Next. Okay, what are our recommendations to improve regarding this data privacy? Firstly, there should be a strict guidelines for social media users and platforms. Like platforms like Facebook, they should be accountable for what the people are doing. Like they have to monitor. Like if there is a content related to bad thing or if there is a content related to national security, it should be removed within 48 or 24 hours. And like creating safe and friendly social media spaces. Like the children, for example, you see 1 year back, there are some children, they have made a rape attempt on a girl. Like when the interrogation is going on, they said that we watched porn. We watched porn in phone, and we committed this crime. So it is very upsetting. And later, struggling government fact-checking mission. There should be a fact-checking missions. Like you see the present situation, like when the TDP is posting anything, the YCP is countering that. But we don't know what is real and what is fake. And later, enacting laws for data privacy and monitoring social media during elections, incorporating citizen input in policy making, bridging the digital divide. Here, digital divide includes rural and urban divide. So the rural should empower in digital aspects as far as with the urban people also. And there is also strengthening cyber security, enacting AI-related laws, and protecting citizen rights. The ultimate aim of the government or the ultimate aim of the judiciary is to protect the citizen rights. Next. Our special thanks to organizing partners, you and Idea Foundation and Department of Political Science and Public Administration, head of the department, Remanandam Garu, students and research scholars. As Modi said, the social media is reducing social barriers. It connects people on the strength of human values, not identities. It means there is no caste, no religion, or no sex for social media. Everyone can freely use their social media. Thank you. Any queries?
Okay. Thank you. Next, Dr. Kotal Kumar from Andhra University. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Ravikumar Koti, Department of Social Work, Andhra University. Now, I am presenting a paper on gender equality and social inclusion, a political policy in India. In India, political policies are designed to foster gender equality and social inclusion through constitutional guarantees, affirmative action, and targeted legislative, with an emphasis on empowering women and ensuring their participation across all areas of life. The Indian Constitution upholds gender equality through its preamble, fundamental rights, and directive principles of state policy. Article 14 guarantees equality before the law, while Article 15 prohibits gender-based discrimination. The 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments mandate that 1/3 of seats in local bodies, both urban and rural, be reserved for women. Additionally, the women's Additionally, the Women's Reservation Bill passed in the Lok Sabha in September 2023 seeks to allocate 33% of seats for women in both the Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies. The primary persistence of gender equality is to establish a society where women and men have equal political rights across all areas of life, contributing to a more just, equitable, and sustainable world. The vital objectives of gender equality include: 1. Equal rights and opportunities, guaranteeing that all individuals, regardless of gender, have equal access to education, employment, healthcare, political participation, and other essential rights to and opportunities. 2. Eliminating discrimination and violence, addressing all forms of discrimination and violence against women and girls, including gender-based violence, harmful practices, and workplace and public life discrimination. 3. Protecting economic empowerment, ensuring women have equal access to economic resources such as land, property, financial services, and fair pay for equal work. Promoting shared responsibilities, encouraging the fair distribution of responsibilities within the home and family, including childcare and household tasks. 6. Achieving sustainable development, acknowledging the gender equality is crucial for sustainable development and for unlocking the full potential of all individuals. 7. Empowering women and girls, supporting women and girls in reaching their full potential and engaging fully in all aspects of society. 8. Ensuring political participation, advocate for women full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership in political, economic, and public decision making at all levels. 9. Protecting women's rights, recognizing and safeguarding women's rights as human rights, which include the rights to life, health, education, political participation, and freedom from discrimination and violence. Keywords: Constitution, inclusion, empowering, sustainable, equality, assistance, discrimination, political participation, opportunities, human rights. Thank you one and all for giving me this opportunity.
Okay. Next. Yes, Shivani Reddy, Andhra University, Hyderabad.
Good afternoon, Miranda. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for knowledge, sir, and all. Good afternoon, Miranda. Thank you for everyone for giving me this golden opportunity. This I'm from Geetham Shivani from Geetham University. Today I'm here to present. Today I'm here to present the AI involvement in democracy and the development of India. So, Previously there was no tracking of the development and the development details of how the budget is included in the Indian development. So like AI nowadays, like by the help of Modi, by the help of Modi, our total India structure is being digitally modified, and it has been given every details to the people by we have got in health department we have got many apps to use. For roads also we have been tracking where the problem every it is like, if you have any concerns we will be developed like, we are getting in the source of we have been getting in details in getting through in our mobiles directly without with the development in the digital sectors. So every people are like we have to also contribute ourselves to work on to give the information to the source of the people to know how we have been developed. And we when compared to countries, not only Europe, when compared to China or Russia, they have been the youth have been giving a lot of contribution to work and develop. So when compared to India, students are not getting the proper opportunities to show their skills and development. So unless until we work and we try to get a chance, we need to work on it, we need to read it, we need to watch it, then and we need to know the points and we need to reach out the people sources where we have been got. So in this way, the AI is very proper in giving the information slot. Like we have where we can get the sources from DeepSeek, Gemini, ChatGPT. We have a lot of sectors to get the information. So this helps the information of how the democracy of India is being given freedom for the people and can know the rights which we have been got to use by the people, by the government health. So the government, the few government people are when we go to the office where we need some work, they may be negligent or they may be busy in some other work, we cannot get proper information. By using this AI tools and apps, we can get the information at what the documents we have been required, what we have to use, and we can take the initiatives by knowing it from the sources which we have available online. So my paper represents the AI using to get the information. How AI is helping the Indian people to get the information to do that work by itself. Like,
I want to because he is doing PhD in engineering. So engineering we have to separate a paper in social science similar. So Department of Political Science. Good afternoon, all of you. Sorry. Good afternoon, all of you. This is my name. As a faculty, Department of Public Science and Public Administration in Andhra University. And my topic, globalization and identity in democracy and diversity, India and Europe. And in recent decades, two parallel processes have coexisted at a world level. Globalization on the one hand and the reformation of different cultural identities on the other. Both processes are interrelated as the cultural home generation, which is usually linked to globalization, involves a threat to local cultures, to specific identities, that the fear emergence of losing the cultural differences that define people and hence the conflicts and demands around the local or regional identities. In this dual process, the policies of the nation states, which in many cases govern distinct identities in the same state framework, have had much to do so that the national state does not become a failed state. A civilization endeavor is necessary that The two processes are taking place at the same time. In my view, it is not a simple historical coincidence, but rather there is a systematic relation. This is in principle is not obvious because at the global composition arises. Thus, both in positive and negative aspects, both in the vision of a change for a new university culture about identity values and in the fear of composition culture of domination. And the importance of the democracy and the diversity in India and Europe. Both India and Europe, despite their vast differences, recognize the importance of democracy and diversity, viewing them as essential for a stable and prosperous society, with India focus on unity in diversity and Europeans multiculturalization and inclusion. And democracy, India often referred as, to as the world's largest democracy, has a long history of democracy ideals and practices. And diversity, India is a land of immense diversity encompassing various religions, languages, culture, and ethnicities. Challenges, despite its strengths, India faces challenges related to inequality, poverty, and social divisions. At the same time, Europe democracy, the European Union and its member states are committed to democratic principles, including the rule of law, human rights, and free and fair elections. And the diversity of European countries, Europe is a blend of diverse cultures, languages, and ethnicities. And challenges of European countries, European faces challenges related to immigration, integration, and social cohesion. The efforts to promote tolerance, understanding, and respect for diversity are crucial for people and inclusive society in European countries. And a conclusion in my topic, globalization has had a huge impact on India. Due to globalization, there is a growth in foreign investment in the corporate, scientific, and the retail sectors. In addition, globalization has had a tremendous monetary, social, and political and cultural areas is there. And globalization has a impact on cultural diversity is a complex issue with both positive aspects, while it fosters cross-cultural exchange and understanding. It also leads to homogenization and emergence of the blending forms of the expressions and exposure to different culture can foster empathy and understanding, promoting global citizenship and tolerance. Thank you, Anand. Thank you, and a wonderful opportunity. Thank you. It's the period other. Let's go there. Thank you.
Okay, panel members and participants. Good afternoon. This is Dr. P.V. Nagarjuna, Junior Lecturer in Civics, Government Junior College, Tadepalli District, presenting the seminar. Dr. K. Anil Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Arts, KLU, Andhra University. My topic is social inclusion through Panchayat Raj institutions in India with reference to Andhra Pradesh. Panchayat Raj institutions play a significant role in encouraging social inclusion and democratic decentralization in India by guaranteeing their involvement in local development projects, resource distribution, decision-making process, and other activities through their Gram Sabha meetings and these grassroots level local rural organizations empower marginalized populations. I require reservations for women, scheduled tribes, and scheduled castes. The 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1992 greatly reinforced Panchayat Raj institutions and advanced equity and representation. Andhra Pradesh, with its strong tradition of decentralized governance, has implemented several innovative measures to enhance social inclusion
through Panchayati Raj institutions. The state has pioneered reforms such as reservation policies beyond the constitutional mandate, financial empowerment of the tribes, and participatory planning process that engage diverse social groups. Activities like self-help groups, digital governance, and e-panchayats have further facilitated inclusive development. The present paper is examining the effectiveness of Panchayati Raj institutions in advancing social inclusion in Andhra Pradesh, assessing their impact on marginalized communities, particularly in rural areas. It examines the challenges faced, such as political interference, financial constraints, awareness, and so on. Further, the study suggests that strengthening capacity building programs, ensuring financial autonomy, and technology using methods can further enhance the role of Panchayati Raj institutions.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. B. Vaidyanathan, Faculty of Political Science, Department of Writer, Dr. B. Ambedkar University, HRS, Accounts. My topic is media and democracy. Media plays a separate role in shaping a democratic society in acting a watchdog, an informational content and platform of public display in the distinct ways. The interplay between media and democracy has become a increasingly complex, influenced by technological advancement, globalization, and the shift in political landscapes. This paper explores the multifaceted relation between media and democracy, examine how traditional and new media integrate governance, public opinion, and political participation. The paper delivering into the fundamental role of media in supporting transparency and accountability within democratic institutions. In general, the media functions facilitating informing the citizenry, ensuring free expression, and acting as a check on governmental powers. Moreover, the discussion highlights of the rise digital media, social network, and the challenges of the present, including misinformation, echo chambers, and media monopolization. While media strengthens democracy by providing diversity, viewpoints, and enabling citizen engagement, it also faces the significant challenges such as media-based censorship and the commercialization of the news. This study examines case study from the different democratic nations, illustrating how to media influence elections, policy making, and government effectiveness. Furthermore, it will discuss the role of press freedom, journalist ethics, and regulatory framework in the maintaining the balance for the fair media landscape. The paper concludes by the offering insights in the potential solution for the enhanced media democratic functions. It emphasizes the need from the media, let's say regulatory process and technological intelligence, the counter misinformation and the free speech. Again, media will this basic paper is the media is the importance of the role of fourth pillar of the media role in the democracy. Okay, give me opportunity, sir. Thank you. Another part. Thank you.
We Rajsekhar, this is covered from Andhra University.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Myself, V. Rajshekhar Meher. I am a research scholar in this department, Political Science and Public Administration. Now I am going to present my research paper on the title Political Participation of Women in Parliament of India and France. I have taken France for the purpose of comparison with India. Okay. I have a document of 11 pages, so due to the time constraint, I would like to give you one of the charts of this research article. So the importance of the study of this topic is women's political participation is the most prerequisite for the upliftment of women, for the enlightenment of women, and for the empowerment of women. Only women can uplift themselves. There is no question of the other opposite gender that could uplift them. Okay, so the political participation of women in all the of the political system of the country is very essential. It is a prerequisite. And when it comes to India, we have introduced a women reservation in way back in 1992 itself. In 73rd and 74th Constitution, we have Constitutional Amendment Act, we have introduced 33% of reservation women in local bodies, whereas now we have 106th Constitutional Amendment Act, which is going to be implemented in 2029. So, which gives the women reservation of 33% in all the electoral bodies, like in Lok Sabha and the state assemblies, as well as we are having in the local bodies also. So, the present situation of women in India, in Indian society is in every stage of her life, as a child, her father dictates terms to her, and as a wife, her husband dictates terms to her. As a mother, her son dictates terms to her. As a grandmother, her grandson will dictate, will dominate her. So, women is never free from the clutches of patriarchy in this society. Whereas coming to the counterpart, our France, so the situation is completely different there. Way back in 18th century itself, they got the opportunity of coming out of the dark ages of human civilization. They came out of medieval period, the dark ages of human life. They came out of that starting with Renaissance, and they started reforming their political, economic, and their culture. The aspects of their society. So the Europe was far ahead of our to compare it to Indian society. So we started in France. In France, the women are more into various aspects of the society. They were into earning. They were into going to jobs. They were into businesses, and because they were very ahead of us, because they started the journey of women empowerment very earlier compared to us. They started having. They started demanding the representation in they represent. Sorry for the representation in the politics in the French Revolution itself. So finally, by 1944, they got right to vote, and they got the right to participate in elections, electoral politics. So the first prime minister of France was Edith Crescent. She became in 1991. France got the first women prime minister, Edith Crescent. Whereas in India, we got our first prime minister in 1966 itself, the Indira Gandhi. But the thing, it seems, in theory, it seems India is better off compared to France. But the thing is very different here. So the conclusion is, I would like to give a few recommendations or suggestions that if it is better if we change the patriarchal mindsets and sensitize the issues that are very primary ills in the society, Indian society. Yes, thank you. Any questions?
Okay, what's our question? But I'd like to disagree with what you said. One statement you said it's only women who can uplift themselves. I would like that statement to be it is a collective responsibility for women to be uplifted. Because a woman cannot be empowered in patriarchal society when she's not even allowed to empower herself. It is a collective responsibility of the whole society for a woman to be empowered, not just for the woman.
So for the purpose of collectivity, you should be present, you should be included in the every arena, whether it is political or social or economical. Okay, women have to be included. I am asking about inclusivity. So women has to be present in politics. Then only she can participate in the decision making. She can participate in the policy making of empowering themselves. She can make policies for the upliftment of women, so that the women can get empowerment. I mean the development through policy, through politics, right?
Good afternoon, everyone. And I am from Central University of Andhra University. Today I am here to present a paper on comparing federalism in India and the European Union, a multi-level governance approach. Federalism is a system of governance that distributes power between central and regional authorities, aiming to balance national unity with regional autonomy. However, the concept is applied in varied ways across different political systems. India's federalism, enshrined in its constitution, operates within a structured legal framework that centralizes financial authority while allowing a degree of state autonomy. In contrast, the European Union follows a multi-level governance model where power is shared across national, supranational institutions through treaty-based agreements rather than a single constitutional document. This paper compares India's federal structure with the European Union's multi-level governance model by analyzing institutional frameworks, economic coordination, and governance challenges. The system is defined by a unitary bias with financial centralization through mechanisms like GST, whereas the European Union relies on voluntary economic cooperation through policies like the single market. Despite these differences, both models face governance challenges such as political tensions, financial disparities, and sovereignty disputes. By examining case studies like India's COVID-19 response and the European Union's refugee crisis, this research highlights the strengths and weaknesses of each governance model. This study seeks to answer the following questions. How do the institutional frameworks of India's federalism and the European Union's multi-level governance compare? What role do economic policies play in governance efficiency? How do both systems handle crisis management and what challenges emerge? What lessons can India and the European Union learn from each other? This comparative analysis is crucial in understanding how federal principles are adapted to diverse political environments. This paper concludes with the policy recommendations for enhancing cooperative federalism in India and stronger economic coordination in the European Union. Federalism is a bargaining between the central and regional authorities, where both levels of the government derive legitimacy from the constitution. India follows this model with strong central control over financial distribution and lawmaking, despite the presence of state autonomy in certain domains. Multi-level governance, a European perspective. The European Union's governance model diverges from classical federalism as it lacks a single constitutional authority that binds all member states. Instead, it operates through a system of multi-level governance, where power is dispersed among the European Commission, the European Parliament, national governments, and regional authorities. Unlike India's hierarchical federal structure, the European Union relies on intergovernmental and supranational institutions to formulate policies and regulations. These key features include shared sovereignty, variable integration, and intergovernmental bargaining. This model fosters economic cooperation but also results in tensions over sovereignty as seen in the Brexit and disputes over European Union budget contributions.
Let me complete.
To conclude, both India and European Union face governance challenges that arise from the inherent complexities of federalism and multi-level governance. While India struggles with fiscal imbalances, excessive centralization, and political conflicts, the European Union faces issues of fragmented decision-making, economic asymmetrics, and sovereignty disputes. Ultimately, the effectiveness of governance in both systems depends on the ability to balance national autonomy with collective decision-making, ensuring the government also inclusive and adaptable to future challenges. And thank you for giving this valuable opportunity.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Murali Krishna Reddy from Central University of Andhra Pradesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Murali from Central University of Andhra Pradesh. I am here to present the background, tribal rights, and representation in Indian democracy. Historical background of tribal rights in India. India has a separate culture and social identities. Traditionally, these communities were sufficient and dependent on forest resources for their livelihood. Colonial economy during the colonial period, cleaning policies led large scale of land alienation, exploitation, and civil society. Legislations like Parliament Supplement Act in 1973 and Foreign Forest Act disallowed the tribal people from using lands that their communities has traditionally occupied, giving a widespread dislocations and resistance movements like Santhal rebellions and Birsa Munda uprisings. The policy framework from the tribals' welfare and integration in India evolved with independence. Scheduled tribes were included in the Constitution of India with the provisions of safeguards and representation. Constitution provisions and legal safeguards. Article 244 provides tribal areas. Article 330 and 332 reserve seats for scheduled tribes in Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies. Article 46 directs the state to promote the educational and economic interests of scheduled tribes. Objectives, some of the objectives, ensures the equality and non-discrimination. Guarantee the tribal communities like all other citizens are treated equally under the law, protected from discrimination based on their religion, race, and caste or sex place of birth.
What is your finding? What is your finding and
Promoting social justice and empowerment, secure political representation, protect and preserve cultural identity, advance socio-economic development. Coming to the conclusion, tribal rights and representatives are fundamental to Indian democratic ethos. While the constitutional provisions and legal safeguards exist, challenges such as land displacement, socio-economic marginalization, and political underrepresentation persist. Effective policy implementation, strengthening of social governance, and active civil society participation are essential to ensuring meaningful tribal empowerment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bhaichetan Manavu, Central University of Andhra Pradesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sajetan from Central University of Andhra Pradesh. My topic is acceleration on social empowerment in India and Europe. On topic of gender equality and inclusion. My paper represents social empowerment is about ensuring an equal distribution of wealth, opportunities, and privilege and within a society. It aims to eliminate discrimination and oppression based on factors such as race, gender, socio-economic status, where individual rights are recognized and protected. In our preamble of democracy, democratic, socialist, secular republic, these are the main features which are represented. my topic, there are few scholars in our political science, they talk about these social issues. The raw theory is focused on social economical inequalities. Amartya Sen is given that to approach capability approach. And Karl Marx discussed about elimination of class-based oppression. How to solve these problems with the three compounds. First, recognition of social issue and represent in society and redistribution. From history, the recognition, we solve the redistribution of land and abolish the zemindar system in post-independence. Recognition, the constitution recognizes the rights of minority communities and provides safeguards against distribution based on religion, language, culture. What we represent in our parliament as state legislative and good amount of reservation for tribals, ensuring a political representation. The role of social empowerment in promoting human rights and equality. Social justice policies and programs such as affirmative actions and reservation have helped to upliftment of empowering these communities. Role of economy on social empowerment. In 1991, the government adopted the new economic policy known as liberalization, privatization, and globalization to boost economic growth and development. There are few schemes and acts were implemented by our government, like Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act and Food Security Act, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, and midday meal schemes and Rashtriya Swachhata Bima Yojana. These are schemes to upliftment of empowerment among them. Role of education in social empowerment. There are a few schemes. Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan launched in 2001. It was helpful for the minorities to uplift their education and so on. The role of governments in social empowerment. Our constitution implements few social welfare schemes to represent themselves and involve in society, like National Rural Employment Guarantee Act and Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, likewise. For upliftment of women and children, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, likewise. Schemes. And coming to conclusion, the impact of globalization and economic liberalization on social empowerment in India. Economic liberalization has created new opportunities for entrepreneurship to involve in innovation and economic growth, which can promote social empowerment by creating jobs and reducing poverty. India's role in promoting global social empowerment in international level. India introduced themselves to international aid of assistance, global government, and South-South cooperation with India involved and supported towards empowering ourselves. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear dignitary. My dear friends, I am Rahul Singh from Central University of Andhra Pradesh, and my research topic is Fight and Erosion, how corruption, media control, and judicial weakness undermine the democracy. Despite current worldwide statistics indicating an alarming pattern of democracy is frequently seen as a durable political system. Modern democracies are deteriorating quietly by a deliberate institutional deterioration rather than being overthrown by the coup. Media domination, judicial weakness, and corruption are the main causes of this collapse, since they all work against the checks and balances that democratic governance requires. My research objectives are to analyze the interrelationship between corruption, media control, and judicial weakness in contributing to democratic backsliding. To identify and examine specific these institutional failures have facilitated authoritarian consolidation. To promote evidence-based policy interventions aimed at strengthening democratic resilience and preventing further institutional erosion. to evaluate the effectiveness of existing legal and policy frameworks in countering corruption, media control, and judicial manipulation, backsliding democracies. In my findings, I have found a three-stage process how the democratic deterioration is taking place. First one is the democratic backsliding known as institutional co-optation. The second stage is manipulation and media control to solidify authoritarian power. And the third stage is in the final stage of democratic decline, governments use the legal system to position and I have taken public perception and resistance to democratic backsliding. Public faith in institutions is declining, leading to polarization, eroded democratic participation, and increased discontent with the government. The civil societies can make it harder for the government to establish authoritarian control. The community action and legal challenges and pro-democracy demonstrate can help to restrict the backsliding of democracy. Example, Poland civil society efforts successfully resisted judicial independence through large-scale demonstration. Independent alternative media sources should be there, and international pressure from the democratic allies can also help to restrict the democratic backsliding. I have given some policy recommendations like strengthening the judicial independence, freedom, and also anti-corruption measures in which we will have a comprehensive anti-corruption plan that will protect the integrity of democratic processes and stop the misuse of power that must be included for strengthening whistleblower rights and establishing national oversight structure. And we should have public awareness and civil society mobilization. In conclusion, democratic backsliding is a gradual but systematic process driven by corruption, media control, judicial weakness. This study finds that backsliding follows a predictable pattern beginning with institutional co-optation, followed by information control, and culminating in judicial capture. However, public resistance and institutional resilience remain key factors in preventing democratic decline. By implementing judicial, media, and anti-corruption reforms, democracies can strengthen their defenses against authoritarian consolidation. This is actually taken from the Platonian ideas, where he has mentioned the political regimes where authoritarian regimes change to monarch and monarchy to oligarchy, oligarchy to aristocracy, aristocracy to democracy, and democracy will again turn towards authoritarianism. Thank you.
Any concerns? Any concerns?
Yeah.
Thank you.
European Union values for European direction. And according to research objectives, the European national cultural evidence have been with the globalization along with fostering the feelings, European identity, growing the interconnection and economic migration trends and technological has also stopped the nationality, emotions and blur the traditional state boundaries. School is examined for the globalization affects the identity, fragmentation, the cultural assimilation and revival of the regional customs.
And democratic landscape in the recent years, the democratic landscape in the European Union has serious issues. With some members state expressing the plus freedom, judicial independence, and democratic norms. And my suggestions for a strategic policy for European Union, the number of strategic policy ideas need to put practice in order European Union, strengthening the democratic institutions. The members of the states execute democratic must be subject to more strength accountability, measure the European and democratic ideas to protect the mechanism like judicial security and strengthening the rule of law and improving civil participation. Promoting increase the public participation in policy making, while community driving the project participatory budgeting and the digital platforms. Increasing the democracy engagement confidence in European institutions. Conclusion, the complicated issues, democracy, multiculturalism, and globalization, the European Union finds itself turning point in the history. Economic opportunities have been brought about the globalization. It also the economic opportunities, inequalities, and identities tensions. The fundamental principles of European Union also danger due to the democratic reversals and growth of populism. Collaborative approaches like strike balance between national sovereignty and international governance are needed to address issues. The European Union can weather this time while preserving the fundamental values like democratic institutions, advocating the inclusive policies, and cultivating a feeling and common European identity. And addition of analyzing the changes, dynamics, globalization, democracy, and diversity in the European sectors. Study creative policy solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Research scholar from Andhra University.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bhavna. I'm a resource scholar from. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Premanandam sir and the Nagaraj sir for organizing this seminar and giving us this opportunity. So, my topic for today's presentation is digitalization and women's political participation, bridging the democratic divide in India. So, my study is to measure how, using digital tools and devices, women are able to participate in politics or engage in political discussions, and how it is further strengthening the government and democracy in India. India is known as the largest democracy in the world, but ironically, the representation of women is very less. Though women comprise almost 50% of the population, not even 15% of them are represented in the Lok Sabha. And this is due to the structural barriers that women are facing since ages by using technology. So technology and using digital devices, for example, like a smartphone, is itself enough to use them as a transformative opportunity and increase women's participation in the public sphere. So the internet penetration has increased to 75% at the national level due to the infrastructure initiatives taken by the government, like Digital India since 2015. Internet users have so far surpassed in 2024. So digital platforms are increasingly becoming an alternative of political discussions and civic engagement. So what are the benefits or potential opportunities this technological era or digital era is offering women for increasing their political participation? First is they are getting timely access to all the politics in the country. All the politicians are thinking about all the initiatives they're taking, or all the political scenario which is being in the country is being accessed, which helps women to engage more in the public arena. It also helps them to build networks. For example, using the women who have the thought of starting an online campaign, for example, hashtag Black Lives Matter or hashtag Me Too movement, all these have been started by women only. So any woman who have this thought of starting an online campaign or uh, attract the policymakers' attention to an issue, they can use online social media. And for example, in a country called Estonia, it is a country in Europe, they use e-forums. So these e-forums takes the opinion of the people regarding public services or the local government initiatives. So these initiatives, likewise in India, can be implemented to enhance the women's participation in politics. So also in the future, the voting system is going to be digital. The voting system is going to be electronic. So empowering women politically and digitally helps them to participate and take more informed decisions. So what are the challenges? Coming to the challenges, I'll quickly go through the challenges. Then like social cultural norms since ages and social conditioning that politics is a man's space. That is keeping women to participate in politics. And also the civic apathy. Civic apathy is the lack of interest in politics or the matters that are happening around us, and the feeling of powerlessness, that is feeling that they're not capable to make a change, that is creating fear in them to participate actively in politics. And also there is a digital literacy gap and the digital literacy divide, which is further hindering the marginalized women, especially to participate actively in the politics. Also, the increase in cybercrime, cybersecurity issues, and cyber safety concerns. These are all stopping women to participate in politics. And there are no exclusive policies and institutional support from the government also to increase their digital literacy. So, I'll conclude with the policy recommendations. Virtual town halls and online consultations can be a medium like online video conferencing. The politicians, they cannot interact directly with the citizens, so using VR can help to take their consultation. And also virtual policy lab initiative in Sweden. It is a policy lab is where the citizens can directly take the help of the experts and the policy makers, and they help in making policies and design policies which directly address their needs. And also initiatives like digital storytelling initiatives or the success stories, like how women's participation has brought a change. All these stories can be circulated through podcasts or online videos. So gamified civic education platforms are also another example. And public-private partnerships with the government for digital innovation is also a policy recommendation. Thank you.
Do you believe recently central government made an amendment regarding the 33% reservation for women for MPs and MLAs? Do you believe that this artificial women leaders will ensure the development of the India? Because of 33% makes that artificial women who are not interested to make opportunities forced to make a leaders. Do you believe that this artificial woman leadership will ensure the Indian development?
You stated that artificial woman leaders.
Artificial is not a natural.
How can you say it?
We cannot bluntly
How can you say it?
Because of that is there is a one side, sir.
No, we are not agree with you.
Sir, there is a one side that is MPC. Okay. Here 10 members, leaders will be from men. One member will be from
we have no problem with your question, but the objection is artificial.
Why I am telling artificial? That is
no, we can't say it. We can't say it is artificial.
That is artificially given beneficial to women, sir.
No, when we got opportunity, you can prove yourself.
Sir, if you have naturally like Indira Gandhi, Jayalalitha, or Mamata,
they proved themselves.
Yes, sir. They have proved themselves as a natural leaders. Here, amendment through 33%
many leaders like Jayalalitha, Indira Gandhi in future. So we can't say it's artificial.
I am not talking about cancer.
Okay.
Recently, reservation to make women as an artificial woman leader like such.
So Question is fine. Question is fine, but you can't say it's artificial. That's your artificial or human made, not a born made.
Sir, the question, simple question. Do the quota makes quality?
Okay.
It's very simple.
So I agree that there is tokenism, that women are, all women are not being able to take decisions by themselves.
Do that quota makes quality?
It is a starting step. I can say it is a starting step. First, women need to have access. They need to be given to in order to prove their needs. So I think it is a good initiative.
The reservation policy is already in local government setup.
Yes, yes.
So they have the chance.
Yes, it is proven in some studies that women sarpanches have they have shown in their time, in their ruling, that there is less corruption compared with men when there were sarpanches.
And also in reservation, basically in job, we have 100 jobs given 33, no problem. We have 66 jobs per man. Given one constant. Then only one opportunity to that seat is rather for them. We are losing fundamental right to contest in that particular constituency. So when they given reservation to that constituency, we are losing the fundamental right.
Without reservation, women are not being given a chance to
That is a bigger issue. So we can't. Thank you very much. Now I invite Dr. V. Danteswara. Good Danteswara from Andhra University. Yes,
I'm Joe from Department of Political Science and Public Administration. And I wish to who have come to the seminar, students and scholars. So today my topic is comparing constitution, democracy, and diversity of challenges in India and European Union. The country of India in democracy national day acknowledged in 1980, independence in 1947. The withdrawal of people's participation in the role of democracy value and deep constitution in this country. India and the European Union are the two distinct entities with their own unique constitutional frameworks, reflecting the diversity of historical and culture and values. The constitutional democracy is and the European Union are two distinct entities, but diversity of constitutional frameworks. At the same time, some European constitutions established the European Union and the Netherlands in November 1993. These EU countries similarly the linguistic basic and countries mutual cooperations, economical and political, cultural and defense, and trade cooperation between the platform of all countries. India was the adopted drafting the constitution on 1950. The India constitution called as the world's biggest written constitution to recognize. The EU constitutional treaty the signed in Rome on October 29 and 2004. The aim of the consolidate the EU's legal framework and simplicity of functioning, but it was ultimately rejected the futures. What is your findings? Mainly the changes of recently in India of the simultaneous elections that has been the push for the simultaneous election across the national and state level to enhance the administrative efficiency and reduce the cost. However, this proposal has sparked the debates about its impact upon the erection of law and political accountability. The judicial activism, the Indian judiciary continue to play a proactive role in the state guarding and constitutional principles, addressing the governance deficiency and protecting the minority rights. Indian constitutional framework emphasizes the unity and diversity with provisions of the minorities' rights and affirmative and action. Recently discussed the focus on balancing the right and broad national of the interest. At the same time, the European Union's challenges in this the cultural diversity. The European Union constitution accounted diversity, the cultural and legal traditions, the forecasting of integration while respecting the member state identities.
Main the challenges of the EU of the role of the judiciary, view of the Indian Supreme Court, as the guardian of the Constitution and public interest litigations and judicial review to safeguard and civil liberties. The European Union Court of Justice, the issue complaints with the EU laws, the dispute among the member states and institutions are mediated in here. The economic dimension, while the India rapidly growing the economic with significant challenges like unemployment and poverty elimination and balancing globalization with local development needs. At the same time, the European Union advanced the economic integration with a single currency EU for the economic imbalance between the rich and poor member states of the EU. At the conclusions, while the European Union is characterized by this multiculturalism across the member states, the India is melting the pot of diversity culture with its own border challenges, its dynamics, supply the geopolitical and historical and political policies of context of this EU and Indian constitution of changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, can you please conclude your thoughts on this?
Good afternoon, everybody, respected dignitaries and my dear friends. First, I will introduce myself. Myself, Kiriti, and I am from the MA Political Science from Department of Political Science, Central University of Andhra Pradesh. Today's my topic is role of social media about positives and negatives in the current contemporary era, which means contemporary era, which we are facing nowadays a problems with the media, with the social media. Now, let us introduce about the social media. Social media play a vital role in the human life in the present era. It is the biggest revolution in the human life, which is in the form of nowadays we are in the gadgets like cell phone, laptops, and in the form there are Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and now I will focus on positives and negatives about the social media in the contemporary era. There is some of the positives. It helps in our daily life, mostly on the student life. It's help on the assignments and PPTs, which we are online we are introducing. And now negatives. Negatives are
No, everybody knows about the benefits and disadvantages. What is your findings and what is the solutions of your study?
my study is for the it is a public views to gather the public views on the public views
What's your methodology to complete this study?
my methodology is about the media social media which is focused on the society.
Primary or collected your data? It's primary or secondary?
Primary data.
Primary data.
I approach daily my friends. They are interacting with the many apps and many online courses. It are stop today. And finally, impact of social media is and society is undeniable and influence the people and it have positive and negative effects in the contemporary era. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Manish, but from Central University of this.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Manish Kadri. I'm pursuing Masters in Governance and Public Policy from Central University of Andhra Pradesh. And today, my topic is diversity dynamics, role of social identities in shaping democratic outcomes. Social identities significantly influence democratic outcomes by shaping individual perception and interactions within diverse societies. This interplay affects political engagement, group cohesion, and overall health of democratic process, highlighting the importance of fostering inclusive identity to enhance democratic stability and participation. Diversity in India and Europe are fascinating and complex
which was shaped by their unique histories, cultures, and social structures. The paper examines the role that social identities and political institutions play and inducing and suppressing ethnic identification and provides a formal model of ethnic identification as a function of institutional design and social context that focuses on what kind of institution can foster a sense of national identity among individuals, encouraging them to identify with the state rather than uh, ethnic lines. And what are the challenges do these diverse communities face in policy making and economic aspects? Diversity dynamics plays a crucial role in shaping democratic outcomes and social identities, and they are the key factor in this process. Social identities refer to various groups, categories that individuals belong to, such as race, ethnicity, religion, caste, gender, and sexual orientation. Social identities can impact democratic outcomes in several ways, such as voting behavior, political representation, policy preferences, and social cohesion. The role of social identities in shaping democratic outcomes in India and Europe is complex and multifaceted. In both regions, social identities such as caste, class, religion, and ethnicity plays a significant role in influencing political behavior and their outcomes. Diverse social landscape in India are deeply enriched and often intersect with uh, one another. For instance, caste and class identities overlapping leads to unique experiment of marginalization and exclusion. The Indian democratic system has attempted to address these inequalities through affirmative action policies and quotas such as reservations, right to children free and compulsory education, and the women reservations. However, the effectiveness of these measures are often debated. And when we look into the European social identities and democratic outcomes, the nationality, ethnicity, and religion also play a crucial role in shaping democratic outcomes. The rise of nationalist and populist movement in recent years has the tensions between different social groups. For example, the European migrant crisis had led to the increased tensions between native-born citizens and migrant communities. And when we look into in conclusion, I would like to mention the common challenges and opportunities. Despite the difference in their social landscape, India and Europe face common managing diversity and promoting inclusive democracy, such as balancing individual rights with group rights, addressing social and economic implications, and promoting inclusive citizenship. Thank you.
Department Andhra University.
My name is Sitaram Raju. Good afternoon, all, and very thankful to give this opportunity for the panel also. And my topic is reimagining democracies. Okay, there is an institutional adaptations in India and Europe with the present social and political changes. On this topic, I want to give a brief piece of thing. I think I want to know it also fast. See, when we see reimagining democracies. So, what is democracy for us? People having the highest authority to elect the government. So, in simple terms, it is of the people, by the people, and for the people. The simple terms. Okay. So, and if you see, even our Indian constitution or Indian democracy is also having the legacy from the European revolutions, like French Revolution, that liberty and equality and fraternity. The liberty is from the oppression of the government. Government means the ruling. So the people must have the liberty from the ruling. And the second thing, what is the second thing? The equality. Equality and opportunities. So every opportunity we should have the equality. So that's the second thing. That's the fraternity, the brotherhoodness, and that is the unity. In European, it is a multinational thing. So they have the brotherhood. European Union has the brotherhood. So like that. But what are the major challenges in this situation? For India, there is a erosion of democratic institutions. So the institution adaptability comes here. So our major problem is polarization of the politics and harassment of the opponents and restriction of the speeches. Like already, so many scholars already spoken about like internet blockades. It is a restriction to the speech also, but we can see things in a different perspective. Okay, second thing like corruption and chronic capitalism, which is very prevalent in India, and inequality and social justice, social injustice, which is also still prevails, even after taking several measures. Right in Europe, there are a lot of problems like political fragmentation is there, and in Europe there is the emergence of anti-establishment of electoral forces also there, and academic inequality, and the recent one is migration and integration. So what is the migration problem? They are having the refugee issues, a lot of refugee issues from different classes. It is from the Arab outskirts. So there is a migration problem there, and disinformation, the AI, this digital era things also is there. So now directly going to my methodology is very comparative and qualitative study. So easy thing, and is to the grassroots of the Indian institutional changes. So when we go to the Indian institutional changes, grassroots changes, we have to the conclusion, sir. See, in India, what the institutional adaptations in the democracy we do, for the vertical and horizontal, we have the three-tier democracy system in India. Apart from the central and state, we have the third and the local government, and panchayats are the biggest change after the 73rd amendment. It is empowered through the constitution itself. So the local, so there is a bylaws, and through that they are bringing lot of initiatives in their own. So those initiatives are the bottom-up approaches, not the top-down approach. From in a bureaucratic setup, we are in the bureaucratic setup. There is a top-down approach. The head executive will create the policy, and it will be bottom-up. But it is a bottom-up approach. So from panchayati initiative to the taking the policy as a national policy. Yes. Okay. So in European setup also there is a several things like multi-layer government or whatever it may be. They have there is a problem. Here the problem is what is their strength is also the weakness. There is a inertia, resistance, because there are the lazy. There is a lazy in their institutions. They are gradually changes. For India, it's an incremental change. In Europe, it's a gradual change in the policies. So these are the things we can in future research we can also think from the cultural point of view. Also, there is a cultural point. There is a vast section of things remaining, like integration of a lot of things are integrating. A lot of things are there. Done. Yeah. Any question?
Any class question?
73rd amendment at the local level government. What is the fetching failures to generate resource revenue?
See, first, in 73rd amendment, we have to also see the schedule. Within the schedule level, we given nearly 29 powers to the local level government, but it is not completely transferred in many states. But even it is transferred in many states, the generating the own revenue from the PRA institutions were very small. So, for example, a small village consisting of 500 people or 700 people, it is not sufficient. It is not able to generate same revenue like, if, for example, in Andhra Pradesh, if it is Srikalahasti, the parking place revenue itself, it is a 1 crore per year. Even any Nagar Panchayat kind of panchayats, the parking place or any house tax itself, it is the biggest revenue. But small village, small tanda, that is a panchayat. 240 households also a panchayat. It's a household. How will it create a revenue? So for that, there is a devolution of money from the direct bank commission. There is a devolution of money. So we get the 15 finance grant also we will get for panchayats. That is one of the things. And again, increasing the own revenue, giving the opportunity. So we cannot, panchayat can't make all bylaws. Okay, panchayati is not completely above. They can make some bylaws like kind of small things, small taxes they can impose, not big.
Democracy. My question is about the democracy. How the restructuring of democracy changes. In present days, always people say that democracy. If you get 51 members, we will pass the law like that. Democracy, most of the countries doing. If the democracy not respecting the traditional aspects, maybe it will turn into the authoritarian or traditional government. Recently, Nepal is adopted democratic or communal government from a religious state to democracy state. When democracy state is not respected, traditional aspect like religion or something, people are most of them are rely on the religion. So if you people again against the democracy, people are again against the democracy. My question is very short. Is democracy should be respect to the religion? What are your comment? Because of recent Nepal from religious state to democracy. Again, Nepal is fight for the religious state. Why? Because of democracy is not respected traditional aspect. What is your comment on that particular?
See, theological state is different, and what is religious state is different again. But Nepal is not converted from religious state. Okay, there is no official recognized, officially recognized. Hindu Rashtra. It is not Hindu Rashtra now. Okay.
I am asking. Before there are religious states like Hindu Rashtra. Later they changed Hindu Rashtra. So later they changed to democracy. Now most of the rallies fought for Hindu Rashtra.
Before it is changing to the democracy, there is a democracy is there. Okay, that is the thing.
I am not saying Nepal saying that if a democratic country not respect the traditional, people will favor of traditional aspect, then democracy will be passed. I feel that. What is your opinion on that? Like that.
You are asking my opinion and you are interpreting it. Okay, so
I have a doubt. So whether you are asking question or giving answers to the public. I am asking someone. Thank you. Raja's degree. Wonderful Srinivas from Andhra University.
My name is Srinivas Pandapalli, Research Scholar, Department of Political Science and Public Administration, Andhra University, under the guidance of Professor K.J. Premanandan sir. I am presenting my paper topic on political parties and political participation in India. The concept of political parties and political participation has been popularized by the behavioralists, have thrown significant attention to the idea within the field of political science. Throughout time, their arguments continue to resonate with modern political theorists. In recent decades, public involvement in process of constitution making has manifested in various ways. Herbert M.C. Klasky defines political participation as the voluntary activities through which members of society engage in selecting leaders and either directly and indirectly influence public policy. Engage in discussions, attending meetings, contributing financially to political parties,
organizing strikes and demonstrations and communicating with legislators and other influential figures. The most active forms of political participation encompasses formal party enrollment, canvassing, voter registration, speech writing and delivering speeches, campaigning and running for public or social agents, operating in. This article makes the theoretical contribution by applying established insights into functioning of political parties to a context, while also addressing my surrounding constitution making and the advice provided by national and international organizations. According to the political parties, grants at national political parties are eligible to receive government funding to support their operations. In these parliamentary systems, citizens have the opportunity to elect their representatives, a process that occurs every system. Citizens have 5 years in India. The candidates for these elections are affiliated with various political parties. Thank you.
Tataro B from Andhra University.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Rao, Research Scholar, Department of Language and Mass Communication, Andhra University. My topic is divergent democracies compared to analysis of social media impact of political mobilization in India and Europe. This comparative study examines how divergent democratic social media's political mobilization affects in India and Europe through mixed methods analysis of the 2019 Indian general elections and 2024 EU Parliament elections. The research reveals critical divergence in digital democratic engagements. One is India's decentralized digital ecosystem drives collective means what and grassroots mobilizations via WhatsApp, constructing with Europe's mobilizations, AI driven micro targeting under supranational regulatory frameworks like digital services, algorithm mobilization reduced underground touched by 22% of India.
The findings, what's your findings?
Findings of India. WhatsApp driven overall engagement increasing by 40% 2019 to 2014. Europe, AI micro targeting boosted your youth turnout by 18% in 2024 elections. And my conclusion: India's decentralized knowledge enhances participation but amplifies polarization. Europeans supranational framework ensures relentless but limits grassroots innovations. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving opportunities.
Thank you. Next, Mark Kibor from Andhra University.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this one-day seminar. And number two, I'm very grateful for giving me this opportunity to present a topic. So my title is from colonial legacies to modern democracies. That is India and Europe. So in my abstract, I've tried to give out the key similarities between democracy in Europe and India. So in my abstract, I will try to explain that my study discusses the evolution of governance in India and Europe from the effects of colonial transition through subsequent political transformation. So in short, in summary of what I'm trying to discuss, I just trying to compare India and Europe in terms of the way democracy has grown. At the back of our minds, we know that British colonized India, and from it we retain some of the European ways of governance. Yeah. So before I go to conclusions, just a minute. So before I go to that, so I just tried to analyze on the key similarities on the way of building. So, and in my findings, I want to make it that there are some key aspects between Europe and India. Number one, in terms of institutional resilience, I'm giving out the finding that for India and Europe to support democracy, there should be independent institutions in a way that to do with bureaucracy, there should not be hindrance to governance. They should be given open way of voting by not doing that. Number two, I try to give the neutralization and local governance in a way that local government should be able to perform their duties without any interference, and the state government should be able to perform their duties. And the last one is policy adaptability and reforms. There should be frequent, there should be frequent bringing laws each and every time to suit the times. And last, on my thought, I want to say that India has learned a lot from Europe, more than Europe learning many things from India. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Varalakshmi Serum, IAM Advisor. Yes. Dr. Sirisha.
Very good afternoon to one and all. My name is Dr. Lakshmi, and I'm the author of this research entitled Inclusive Self-Help, a cross-cultural study of self-help groups in India as well as in Europe. It's a comparative study, and it is part of our social immersion project that and we are assisting them or guiding them in coming up with the volume of a social immersion book. So this particular paper is part of it, and I'm the author, and Dr. Sirisha is with me. She's the fourth author who is dealing with the analysis part. Coming to our paper, it's about social inclusion of self-help groups. And these groups, wherever you go, you find small groups of people helping each other. Be it a small community group, or a group of watchmen, or a group of women working for some organization. Like that, you'll find some small groups. So with the help of government, they raise facility called self-help groups. We have some communities, those form the self-help groups. For example, we have a group called Lakshmi, Sri Lakshmi Women's Collective Group. This is a case study that we have taken up, and our students went to these women and helped them.
What is your idea for
Yes.
know about the what is the self-help groups?
Yes, sir, thank
There's what groups? What is your idea and what's the solutions and our conclusions?
Thank you very much, sir. The problem here that is assigned or given to them is to find the gap in examining how these self-help groups promote social inclusion, increase their livelihoods, and create awareness and environmental sustainability. So these self-help groups often driven by programs, and they focus on economic empowerment, particularly for women. And when it comes to the comparative study of European self-help group, we took a case study of Indian in Europe, and they found that it is prioritizing the social inclusion and mental health support, addressing isolation and advocating for rights. So the methodology that we use is an exploratory study, and the gaps that we found is that there is no deeper analysis of inclusion strategies, especially for diverse groups of people. So that is the gap that we found, and we asked the students to identify these challenges, and they found that the SHG models that we have in India are, they need deeper analysis of inclusion, especially in marginalized groups. And when it comes to the Europe, they found that they helped people come up with the mental illness. They came up with the solution that they are able to overcome the mental illness. Dr. Sirisha is going to help us with the conclusion, how this particular paper is in alignment with the democracy, diversity, and change.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. In both India and Europe, self-help groups are grasped expressions of democratic participation and diverse community needs. They amplify the marginalized voice, fostering social change from the ground up. As we all the previous scholars have discussed about product approaches, that is one of them. In India, they are driving economic inclusion and shifting in social norms. The social norm I would like to mention first, business leaders should be always men. This is social norm. Now, the self-help groups will shift that social norm. In Europe, they are challenging stigma and advocating for rights. As both regions navigate rapid societal transformations, self-help groups offer a model for inclusive development, demonstrating how communities can build resilience and drive change through collective action. Understanding their diverse practices is vital for fostering a more just and equitable form. A small drop might not be a big thing, but when all the drops collected together, it becomes together in the voice act. It is so each India. That's how we are together to drive this social inclusion. Thank you for giving us this wonderful opportunity. I am grateful to all of you.
Any questions? Any questions? How this SHG panel agency is working with present retail democracy system?
In this entire system, it is a basic level. In every banks, we have these opportunities.
It's the parallel agency. It's a parallel agency. Yeah, not the government. So you made it to the democracy. So that's why I'm asking this. So how is a parallel agency? And there is another system in Panchayat.
As you said, democracy is by the people, for the people, to the people. It is one of the parts. They themselves collectively come together and build us. It could be any business or it could be anything. Yes.
I'm asking the role of the Panchayati and the SHG role in the Panchayat.
Okay. That students are exploring and they will come up with a book which will be published soon.
Okay. From Department of Political Science, Andhra University.
A very good afternoon to the communities on the stage, and officers and research scholars and my fellow participants. My topic for today is globalization and India's identity, how India's identity is being impacted. Globalization, the process of increased interconnectedness among nations through data and communication, technology, and cultural exchange, which has significantly shaped India's socio-economic and cultural landscapes. While it has brought economic growth and modernization, it also has sparked about the erosions of traditional values, language, laws, and cultural homogeneity. If we go back to the historical perspectives, the globalization has begun in the early 15th centuries, and now till now it is being developed. If we go through the impacts, like we have both positive and negative impacts. First, let me tell you the positive impacts. Globalization has impacted the nation with economic growth, job creation, technological advancements, improved standard of living, cultural exchange, etc. And negative impacts are unequal opportunities of employment, job displacement, environmental issues, economic dependency, etc. Challenges like cultural homogeneity and heritage perspectives. Globalization has transformed India into a major global player, boosting its economy and international presence. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Today, the international seminar. Thank you. Congratulations. Madam Parvati, Madam, Yogi Yamuna University Professor, Department of Political Science and Public Administration Professor. Please come, Madam. Please come. Yogi Yamuna University Kadapa, Department of Political Science and Public Administration Professor Garu. Welcome to Madam. Department come to the international seminar. Thank you. Welcome to the.
Now, I want to invite Lindsay from Public Administration Department of Political Science.
Hi, everyone. My name is Masi from the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. I have my research paper on the topic Inclusive Democracy in Transition, a comparative study of gender policies in India and Europe. In the recent decades, democratic systems across the world have been undergoing significant transformations, driven by rising demands for equity, representation, and social justice. At the core of these changes lies the urgent need to build inclusive societies that reflect the diverse realities of their citizens. My explores the intersection of democracy, diversity, and change by critically examining gender equality. It investigates how democratic institutions in these regions address gender-based disparities and promote inclusive governance with a particular focus on public administration, political participation, and policy frameworks that aim to empower and realize gender. Drawing in a comparative analysis, my study highlights both progress, persistent challenges in achieving gender parity, particularly in areas such as legislative representation, gender budgeting, institutional reforms, and access to decision-making. These are my key themes and findings. First of all, political representation. India has made progress at the local level through constitutional amendments mandating that 3% reservation for women in hierarchy institutions. Europe, on the other hand, has higher women representation in the European Parliament, around 39%. Constitutional and legal frameworks. India relies on constitutional guarantees and national policies like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. Europe, on the other hand,
enforces gender mainstreaming through strong institutions like European Institute for Gender Equality, policy implementation and impact. In India, bureaucratic hurdles social norms, and cultural resistance in effective policy impact. Europe, on the other hand, benefits from institutional accountability. The barriers to inclusion: India faces deep-rooted patriarchal norms, caste and religious discrimination, and economic inequalities that limit real gender empowerment. Issues like proxy representation. Europe contends with structural issues like gender pay gap, care burdens, and exclusion of migrants and minority women despite strong legal protection. My comparative instance, India demonstrates strength in grassroots mobilization and constitutional intent but lacks consistent institutional enforcement. Europe, on the other hand, provides structured policy integration and monitoring, yet cultural and regional disparities still pose challenges. In conclusion, my study concludes that gender equality is not just a social goal. It is central to a functional democracy. Both India and Europe offer valuable lessons. While Europe's institutional mechanisms are strong, India's community-driven efforts offer unique insights. Achieving inclusive democracy requires intersectional policymaking, committed leadership, and active civic engagement. In conclusion, inclusion is not a fixed destination, but a continuous democratic journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deepika Padaro, from Political Science.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry. Does anyone have any question?
No.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deepika Padaro, a student in political science in Andhra University. My paper will be on strengthening India-Europe relations, a case study of economic, strategic, and technological collaborations. Why am I doing a study on this paper? Europe have always had there has been a change in how they are relating. Actually, the whole world is facing because of things such as geopolitical changes, such as the Ukraine-Russian war. There has also been economical changes in things such as the trade war between the Europe and US. So this has altogether changed the atmosphere in terms of how countries relate between each other. Therefore, my paper is based on that. And then my research objectives were to assess the trade and investment growth between India and Europe, to analyze the strategic and defense collaborations and geopolitical impact, to evaluate the technology and energy partnership barriers. But because of time, I'll just skip to my findings. By the way, my research was based on secondary data. I used a few published documents and government reports. And in my key findings, on economical collaboration, the trade between India and Europe currently stands at 120.4 billion euros. India's export share is at 68.3 billion, with engineering at 38%, and the foreign direct investments 2.4 billion euros, with renewables at 4.2 billion. And from my findings, I have tried to find out the opportunities that India can use. Currently, the free trade agreement boosts trade by 65 billion per year. If they fast trade the product of the free trade agreement between the countries, they will be able to benefit quite a lot as both of them. And also when we go to the strategic collaboration, currently the defense trade stands at 1.2 billion euros. And the opportunity here is the Indo-Pacific strategy strengthens India and European security ties. Currently, the military so and then the technological collaboration, the European Union has invested in at 1 billion euros. So the opportunity is strong growth in artificial intelligence and digital economy. I'll just skip to my conclusion. Trade and investment are growing, but they need tariff reduction. Defense is strong, but European arms restrictions limit progress. Technology ties are expanding, slow EU investment in all sectors. So in general, I think India, this is the chance. The time is now for India to jump in the ship and take over the trade, because India is now the third biggest market for European Union. So if they take this opportunity right now, when they still trade war, the conflict between US and Europe, the time is now for you guys to grow. Thank you.
Machinery science and from political science.
Good afternoon all. My name is Sai Chandu, studying political science. I'm a political science first year in Department of Political Science and Public Administration. My paper was on gender equality and inclusion in India and Europe. It is a comparative study on India and Germany by focusing on women. I have done this paper under the guidance of Dr. Priyanka ma'am is faculty in Department of Political Science and Public Administration. My paper aims at providing the overview of current-based data and collected in the gender gap report of the World Economic Forum. Aim is to compare the development of major indicators in employment, economic participation, and the opportunities on educational attainment, health and survival and political empowerment using the data of the last 10 years, that is 2014 to 2024. This paper compares the gender equality and inclusion in India and Germany, focusing on women's rights opportunities within each country's unique social, cultural, and political context. I used the methodology of secondary data like websites, news reports, and articles on gender. I used the table for comparing the India and Germany. I used the comparative case study methods to analyze the policies, cultural factors, and outcomes of countries. First of all, the basic information about the Germany and India is Germany is the country of Europe. It is the 19th largest country in the world with 84 million population with the capital Berlin. Germany's population structure shows the slight lower male to female ratio 0.99. India is a country in Asia. In this paper, I will conclude it with the key findings that what I have found here. In the gender gap, it is Germany is far better than India, and in the literacy rate, Germany has a constant 99% of literacy rate, but India is trying to develop the literacy rate throughout the years, day by day from 2014 to 2024. But there is and the employment coming to the employment rate. Both the countries were trying to the women employment over the years, but there is a slight difference of 0.5 to 1.1% in pandemic times. And I will conclude with and Germany, but India can develop in policy, develop like Germany by taking its policies and the implementations as an example. Thank you.
I'm Supraja from Department of Political Science and Public Administration, Andhra University. Now I'm going to tell about globalization and identity. In today's increasingly interconnected world, globalization is reshaping the way people interact, communicate, and identify themselves. Globalization refers to the process of growing interdependence among countries, facilitated by advancements in technology, trade, communication, and transportation. This phenomenon has resulted in the rapid exchange of goods, ideas, information, and people across borders, creating a more globalized world. While globalization has brought about economic growth, cultural exchange, and technological advancement, it has also led to significant changes in how individuals and communities preserve their identities. Here are findings from this research are the relationship between globalization and identity has been studied extensively across various disciplines. Here are some key findings regarding how globalization impacts identity. Cultural hybridization, globalization and identity fluidity, resurgence of local identity. Impact on nationalism, global identity formation, technological influence, cultural capital and social status, migration and transitional identities. Globalization has contributed to increased migration, which has resulted in the formation of translational identities. Immigrants often negotiate between their homeland's cultural expectations and the new cultural norms of their host country. So, in conclusion, globalization plays a significant role in shaping identities across the world. It brings people, cultures, and ideas closer together, fostering cultural exchange, blending, and the creation of hybrid identities. However, the interconnectedness also presents challenges such as the erosion of traditional practices, cultural homogenization, and identity fragmentation, while some individuals embrace the opportunities of a globalized world by developing cosmopolitan or global identities. Others resist, focusing on preserving their local cultures and traditions. Ultimately, globalization and identity are inseparable, with globalization continually influencing how people perceive themselves and others, while also providing opportunities for individuals and communities to redefine and adapt their identities in an ever. Thanks for giving this golden opportunity. Passion one and all.
Thank you very much. Now, President Kumar from Political Science. Myself, President Kumar, from the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, Andhra University. Today we will present a paper on comparison of globalization and identity between Europe and India. It is interconnectedness of economies, societies, and cultures impacts identity formation, religions, values, and self-perception. India and Europe share challenges and opportunities due to globalization. Comparative analysis of global identity in both regions. Economic impact of globalization in India. 1991 reforms opened the market to foreign investment, rapid industrialization, urbanization, and IT sector growth. Economic growth lifted billions out of poverty but increased inequality. Political responses to globalization. India, policy stability, and liberalization and cultural preservation, rise of populist and nationalist movement. In Europe, EU embraces globalization but faces internal divisions. Nationalist movements advocating protectionism and identity preservation. Economic impact of globalization, economic growth and foreign investment, employment and the labor market, rise of the IT sector.
European identity. European identity is a multi-phase concept shaped by history, culture, politics, and economic developments, unlike national identities, which are closely tied to language and ethnicity. European identity is a modern transitional concept. Cultural diversity and European identity. Linguistic diversity, religious and philosophical influence, arts, literature, and heritage. Political identity, European identity. The role of the European Union. The EU promotes integration and cooperation, emphasizing democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. However, national loyalty remains strong, challenging, and cohesive European identity. Thank you so much.
Next, we have the main heroes from Yale College of Sciences.
The organizers, my name is Gabo from the Department of Journalism and Communication, and I'm very happy and excited to be here in front of you, especially political science and journalism are two sides of the same coin. You know, the one informs journalism and political science or democracy imports. So my title is broadcasting head. Since I am Ethiopia, do you know Ethiopia? It's in East Africa. So my title is broadcasting analyzing genocide and rhetoric and hate speech in Ethiopia media during the Tigray war. Those interethnic conflict in Ethiopia, especially after Rwanda and Yugoslavia, that was the Jewish of Nazi Germany, more than 600,000 after up to 1 million people lost their lives because of that war. At this time, media is used as a destructive and constructive role. You know, when we use it productively, it plays a constructive role. When we use it as negatively, it plays a destructive role. You can see the Rwanda genocide. More than 800,000 more civilians lost their lives because of the French understanding of the media at that time. So, the Ethiopia Tigray war, to 2020 to be involved not just military combat, that's a media war. Ethiopia polarized media landscape became a platform for hate speech, especially targeting Tigrayans. You know, the state analysis how Amharic language media broadcast genocide and military. And this title is relevant to India and Europe, shows the dangers of media coming against ethnic diversity. So India is like Ethiopia, the most diversified nation in the world. And the research questions are, what forms of hate speech were in the Ethiopian media? How does the narrative people bring the media outlets amplify hate messages? And the central question is, can media become a weapon of war and how? So, this study involves qualitative content analysis of certified broadcast clips of private media institutions and the time from 2020 up to 2020 to 40 years. So the key findings are explicit calls for violence, extermination aired by officials in public media industries. So hate speech correlated with media campaigns are the same. Incitement to violence by public figures and critically at that time. So the discussions when we come to media became critical as a key to democracy. Normalized hate speech leads to real world violence and dangerous speech, strategy, conflict, violence, and Tigrayans, one of like Andhra Pradesh. Tigray is Ethiopia has 11 states like Andhra Pradesh, and Tigrayans were very targeted as fatwa by those media organizations, even officials on that media. So they use the media as their propaganda machine. You know, this is the problem of less developed countries, even in Ukraine and Russia at this time. So independent journalism was surpassed during the war, and
relevant to India and Europe. This is relevant to India and Europe in terms of internal journalism. And the Japan acts as the major threat to democracy and diversity as it becomes normalized and even sanctioned by. So policy take away media early warning systems and accountability is needed. Only 1 minute. And the recommendations are we have to invest in independent journalism, enforce accountability for incitement to violence, promote media literacy to counter propaganda, strengthen global regulation of online hate speech. I thank you very much. If you have questions, I'm welcome.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Any message?
Good evening, all. My name is Kalla Venkatesh. I am from History and Archaeology Department, Andhra University. So I want to present a paper on social media and political mobilization, a comparative study of India and European Union relations. So in digital age, we know how social media plays a vital role on election campaigns. Like in social media plays a very crucial role in political mobilization and influencing people in public opinion and discourse and enhancing civil participation. So I have to explore this paper, impact of social media on political mobilization in India and Europe, highlighting the similarities and differences in their approaches to engage with enemies. So we know how social media plays a role in political mobilization. Social media is like a double-sword weapon, double-edged sword. Social media. It means if we use it for good conditions, it is a very good weapon to improve political participation of citizens and voter engagement. If we seen earlier 2014 and 2019 and 24 elections, how BJP and other parties use social media to influence youth and young people on Twitter and Facebook and WhatsApp channels. So and also it is very this media, social media plays an important role in also protests. We see in Vizag in group 2 examinations, so many people protest for post-bar exam. That is very hashtag on Twitter and YouTube and Facebook. So even our education minister and the chief minister also reacted for the students' reactions. So in this way, social media is very important and plays a vital role in political mobilization and also other aspects. And also at the same time, it leads many other disadvantages and challenges. Those are, it gives a lot of fake information like some people, it means social media influencers like YouTube channels and other channel owners. They use the social media for their individual ideas and ideas. Like they promote only some parties and some of their ideas. They criticize other parties. If the other parties do good things, but they criticize they are doing wrong. In this way, so government have to take some measures to regulate this fake information and control fake information channels and other WhatsApp groups and Telegram groups. And also, Election Commission of India make a code of conduct on social media to ensure fair and good elections. And also, IT rules 2021 mandate some platforms like recent content deemed unlawful contents to be removed from social media. So in this way, like Europe also, It's social media plays a very important role in 2018 Yellow Vest movement. That movement is first begins with complaining the high of tax on fuel, but it becomes an anti-government movement with the help of social media, like social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp, etc. So in Europe also, it plays a very important role in political and other protest movements. So my recommendation is to, so social media is a good and bad in both circumstances. So if it is used for good, we have to encourage it. Otherwise, it is used for any other fake information. Government have to impose some restrictions on their channel. So thank you very much for giving this wonderful
Kumari from Andhra University.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kusma from Department of English, Andhra University. Here I am going to give a seminar on globalization and identity based on India and Europe international relationships. So what is globalization? Globalization has profoundly transformed international relationships, shaping economic, cultural, and political exchanges between nations. Globalization makes whole world as a smart village, which means exchange takes place abnormally throughout the world. The relationship between India and Europe is strongly influenced by trade, colonialism, and diplomacy, has evolved significantly in the global era. The exchange of trade, technology, education, and migration has brought India and Europe closer, fostering a rich exchange of ideas and values. This global exchange explores how globalization has influenced India and Europe relations and impacting cultural identities in both regions. So, globalization refers to the increasing interconnectedness of economies, cultures, and societies across the world. Its main objectives include economic integration, promoting free trade, investment, and economic cooperation, and cultural exchange, facilitating the spread of ideas, values, and traditions across borders. Technological advancement, increasing innovation, and the global transfer of technology and political cooperation, which are enhancing diplomatic relations and international governance, improving living standards, boosting employment, education, and healthcare access worldwide. Environmental sustainability, addressing global challenges like climate change through international efforts. So, methodology I am using here is a qualitative research approach used to explore and understand human experiences, behaviors, and social phenomena. It focuses on gathering non-numerical data such as interviews, observations, and textual analysis. This approach is often used in social sciences, psychology. Okay. So, findings of economic integration and globalization. The European Union is one of India's largest trading partners with both regions benefiting from bilateral trade agreements. This economic collaboration has not only impacted business practices, but also influenced workforce culture, consumer behavior, and professional identity, cultural exchange, and identity transformation. But in art, literature, and education models have influenced Indian art society, Indian cuisine, yoga, Bollywood, and traditional medicine have gained popularity in Europe. International collaboration in education and research. European universities attract a large number of Indian students, influencing their academic and professional identities. Joint research initiatives in science, technology, and social sciences have further deepened intellectual and cultural ties between regions.
So globalization and cultural identity. The growing of Western lifestyle in Indian urban centers has led to fears of cultural erosion, while some Europeans view globalization as a threat to local traditions. Balancing globalization with cultural preservation remains a challenge for both the regions. So the conclusion is globalization has significantly influenced both Asia and Europe, shaping their economies, cultures, and identities. While both regions have embraced global trade, technology, and cultural exchange, their historical and economic contexts have led to different responses. India integrates global influences with its diverse traditions, creating a hybrid identity. India integrates global influences with its diverse traditions, whereas Europe balances globalization with efforts to preserve national and regional identities. Despite challenges such as cultural shifts and economic disparities, globalization continues to redefine the way India and Europe interact with the world while maintaining their unique identities. Thank you for giving this chance.
Yes, Monica.
Respected dignitaries of leaders and all participants. Good evening to one and all. I am S. Monica, Department of Political Science and Public Administration in Andhra University. Today my topic, International Relations of India and Europe. India and Europe have a long-standing relationship that has evolved over the years. The European Union is India's largest trading partner with the petroleum trade. The relationship has strengthened in recent years. The India and Europe strategic partnership has identified several key areas cooperation, including from foreign policy and security, trade and investment, sustainable modernization, limited changes in clean and energy and environment. Finally, an environment, the India and Europe partnership aim to promote cooperation in areas such as water management, waste management, and biodiversity conservation. However, the India and Europe relationship is strong and diverse with many cooperation and a shared commitment to promote peace and stability to sustainable development. And thank you for this given golden opportunity to
Good afternoon. My name is Srilakshmi. I'm a student of Department of Political Science and Public Administration in Andhra University. My favorite idea is democracy in India and Europe, a comparative analysis. Democracy as a system of governance varies significantly in its form and practice across different regions. My paper aims to offer comparative analysis of democracy in India and Europe, highlighting the institutional frameworks, political process, and governance models, despite sharing common democratic principles such as free elections, rule of law, and protection of individual rights. Both regions exhibit unique characteristics shaped by their historical, socio-political, and cultural context. India, the world's largest democracy, follows a parliamentary system with a federal structure. It has a written constitution that guarantees universal suffrage, fundamental rights, and multi-type government. First past the post system and cross-trust democracy strengthened through the Panchayati Raj system. In contrast, Europe represents a diverse democratic landscape with most countries practicing parliamentary democracy, while some like France follow a semi-presidential model. The European Union plays a significant role in shaping democratic governance through supranational institutions, influencing politics on human rights, trade, and migration. Most European nations adopt proportional representation promoting coalition governments and broader representation. My paper also explores the challenges faced by both the democracies. India grapples with caste-based politics, regionalism, and electoral corruption, while European faces populism, immigration issues, and rising nationalism. And I would like to conclude the comparative analysis of democracy in India and Europe highlights both common democratic values and regional differences. While India's democracy is marked by its scale, diversity, and federal structure, European democracy emphasizes proportional representation, regional governance, and supranational cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
From Department of Political Science.
Good evening, honorable present, respected dignitaries of the dais, and my fellow participants. Today I'm here to present the paper titled Gender Equality, Comparative Study between India and Africa. So, to begin with, all of us need to understand that gender equality, inequality or feminism, we can say, is real. Because all of us are well aware that it has become a so-called backward or an illusion that there's no need for women are all equal. But it is high time that we realize that despite all the progress that India and the world in general has made, India has been focusing on policies wherein there has been a shift from women's development to women-led development. But despite all of these, we need to realize that there is a lot that all of us need to follow. So, to begin with some stats, first is women enjoy less than 2/3 of legal rights available to men. Am I audible till the end? Yeah. So women enjoy less than 2/3 of the legal rights available to men, and according to UN Women earn 20% less than men for the same job. That is, gender pay gap is still there. And according to Wire, women receive less funding for startups. Women are promoted less than men. Women do 76% of unpaid care work. United Nations Secretary General has said that gender equality is 300 years away. So we are still 300 years away to achieve gender equality. So gender equality, as I said, is a very crucial factor for development because 50% of the population is not included in development and growth of a nation. They cannot be comprehensive development of a nation. So India can have, despite having progressive laws in India, we can learn a lot from Iceland that has consistently been ranked number 1 in gender gap index released by World Economic Forum. In 2024, unfortunately, India has slipped from 2 places to 129 out of 146 countries. That's so unfortunate for a country like India. By studying Ireland's approach, we can adopt strategies that foster more gender equal society, particularly for India. Some of the key aspects that we can learn from Iceland are Iceland has focused on a strong legislative framework wherein it has implemented progressive gender laws, including Equal Pay Act, which mandates that companies with more than 25 employees must provide equal pay for equal work. Second, high female representation in politics and leadership. Women in Iceland play a prominent role in politics and governance. The country has had female president and nearly half of its parliament consists of women. This representation is a result of good social policies. We do have it in India, but what is the problem in India is implementation. And the most important thing is we are not yet so progressive. Despite all the policies, there's a lack of implementation of policies, and we are not yet ready to accept that women can come into public spaces and be equal to men. We are not ready as yet. To be very brutal in that case, all of us, many women are sitting here, but not many would accept it that can achieve far more than we are thinking that they cannot achieve, but they can. And the third most important thing is parental leave laws. Iceland has one of the world's most progressive parental leave policies. Parents are given equal non-transferable leave, encouraging men to take an active role in childcare. And fourth is cultural mindset and education that we have already discussed. That the mindset thing has to be inculcated in the education system as well. So the childhood times, it needs to be inculcated in the mindset of the child that gender equality is real, it needs to be implemented. And fifth most important thing is economic empowerment of women, wherein the women in Iceland have high workforce participation. There are strong policies supporting female entrepreneurs. So these are certain aspects that we can learn from Iceland. These are general points, but that needs to be taken into consideration to achieve a more gender equal society. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Myself and Durga from Department of Political Science and Public Administration. Today, I will discuss about the international relations in India and Europe. Mostly, I will talk about the historical background of relationship between India and Europe. India and Europe relations have a rich history, economic, and the ancient history. In the modern era, India gained independence, British colonial rule in 1947, while Europe was rebuilding after World War II. Since then, India and Europe have developed a strong relationship with the European Union trading models and economic cooperation. This involves two or more countries or organizations working together on economic issues. It includes trade, investment, financial aid, and other economic use of renewable energy. Political cooperation. This involves two or more countries and organizations working together on political issues. It includes diplomacy, security, regional stability, and other political related activities. India and EU collaborate on counter-terrorism, maritime security, and cyber security. The Europe and India have also strengthened their defense cooperation with joint exercise and training programs. India and Europe have a rich cultural exchange with many Indian students studying in European universities. In Europe and India have also launched several cultural exchange programs, promoting people-to-people contacts and cultural understanding, cultural cooperation. This is also contributing to the cultural issues. It includes arts, education, language, and other cultural issues. Despite the strong challenges persist, tariff and non-tariff barriers limit trade between India and Europe. The Europe stringent standards on food safety and environmental protection and created tensions in trade negotiations. Europe has raised concerns about India's human rights records, particularly regarding freedom of speech and assembly. India and Europe have competing interests in regional and global governance, particularly Indo-Pacific region, and challenges. The UK exists from the US. Europe has created uncertainty for India-Europe relations. India has traditionally had strong ties with the UK, and the impact of Brexit on India and Europe relations is still evolving. Despite these challenges, the future prospects for India's and Europe relations look promising. Negotiations for a free trade agreement and ongoing, which could boost trade and investment. The Indian-Europe strategic partnership aims to strengthen cooperation on security, and future perspectives. India Act East policy aims to strengthen ties with the Southeast Asia, which could complement Europe's Indo-Pacific strategy. The Europe and India are also exploring opportunities for cooperation in new areas such as artificial intelligence, cyber security, renewable energy. As India and Europe continue to navigate complexities of their relationships, they must prioritize cooperation on key issues, address existing challenges, and capitalize on emerging opportunities. This is refers to the possible outcomes or opportunities for future or situation of relationships.
Thank you. So, thank you very much for your participation in this quantitative session. So, before we are going to final session and very important session also. So, my chief guest is coming late, 15 minutes late. So, before that, you want to know about, you want to speak participants about the proceedings of today's seminar. Anybody from the participants to speak about today's proceedings and organization of this seminar? Any remarks? Back.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. First of all, I'm very thankful to Political Science Department, HOD sir, Ramanandan sir, and co-convener of this seminar, Nagaraj sir. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. నేను హిస్టరీ అండ్ ఆర్కియాలజీ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ మన ఆంధ్ర యూనివర్సిటీలో చేస్తానండి. అయితే నేను లాస్ట్ 2 months 1 month అయింది. ఇంకా జస్ట్ మా పొలిటికల్ సైన్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు నేషనల్ సెమినార్ 3 days నేషనల్ 2 days నేషనల్ సెమినార్ కండక్ట్ చేశారు ఆల్రెడీ. ఆ రోజు నాకు హెల్త్ బాగోలేక పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయలేదు. చాలా రిగ్రెట్ గా ఫీల్ అయ్యాను. అంటే స్టూడెంట్స్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ అక్కడ అంబేద్కర్ ఫంక్షన్ హాల్ అక్కడ జరిగింది. సో స్టూడెంట్స్ యొక్క ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ చూసి వాళ్ళు పార్టిసిపేషన్ ఎంజాయ్మెంట్ చూసి అప్పుడు చాలా బాగా రిగ్రెట్ అయ్యాను. బట్ ఈ రోజు మాత్రం చాలా హ్యాపీ ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాను. ఇక్కడ చాలా నచ్చింది నాకు. ఎందుకంటే మా పొలిటికల్ సైన్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ మాత్రం నేను చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకుంటున్నాను. అలాగే మార్నింగ్ చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ అక్కడ సీత శర్మ మేడం గారు వచ్చే జవహర్లాల్ నెహ్రూ యూనివర్సిటీ నుండి, అలానే మన రిటైర్డ్ ప్రొఫెసర్ కె రవికుమార్ సార్, ఇంకా అనిల్ కుమార్ సార్, ఈ రాజేంద్ర ప్రసాద్ సార్, వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా వచ్చారు. నాకు మార్నింగ్ అర్థమైందండి వాళ్ళ స్పీచ్ విన్నాక, కె రవి సార్ స్పీచ్ విన్నాక, ఆయన రిటైర్డ్ ప్రొఫెసర్. నాకు అప్పుడే అనిపించింది అంటే ఈ రిటైర్మెంట్ అనేది కేవలం ప్రొఫెషనల్ కే, బట్ నాలెడ్జ్ కాదని చెప్పి. ఎందుకంటే ఆయన త్రీ పార్ట్స్ గా డివైడ్ చేసి ఆయన చాలా మంచిగా అర్థమయ్యేటట్టు చెప్పారు. ఇంకా సీతాశర్మ మేడం గారి స్పీచ్ కూడా మనం అందరం విన్నాం. చాలా మంచిగా నచ్చింది అందరికి కూడా. అలానే ప్రతి ఒక్క స్టూడెంట్స్ కూడా స్కాలర్స్, రీసెర్చర్స్ అండ్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్స్, అలానే స్టూడెంట్స్ కూడా చాలా మంచిగా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేశారు. వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఒపీనియన్స్ ని, వాళ్ళ ఫైండింగ్స్ ని, వాళ్ళ రీసెర్చ్ ని, వాళ్ళ పేపర్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ చాలా చక్కగా ఇచ్చారు. సో నాకైతే చాలా బాగా నచ్చింది. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ సార్. అందరికి అంటే ఇది కేవలం పొలిటికల్ సైన్స్ అని కాకుండా మిగిలిన డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఎవరైనా సరే ఇక్కడ పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయొచ్చు, వాళ్ళు కూడా ఇక్కడ వచ్చి మాట్లాడచ్చు అని అందరినీ కూడా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయొచ్చు అని చెప్పినందుకు. అలానే ఫుడ్ కూడా చాలా బాగుంది సార్. ఫుడ్ కూడా చాలా బాగుంది సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ సార్.
University Hyderabad నుంచి వచ్చాను. Long distance I traveled to it. I came from Hyderabad. It's చాలా దూరం నుంచి నాకు ఇక్కడ ఎవరో తెలియదు, ఏమీ తెలియదు. సార్ మాత్రం చాలా హెల్ప్ చేశారు నా ట్రావెల్.
రావడానికి ఇక్కడ స్టే కూడా సేవలు మళ్ళీ అంటే ఒక టెన్షన్ ఒక స్కాలర్ రావాలి, ఒక దగ్గర ప్రజెంటేషన్ ఇవ్వాలి. దిస్ ఇస్ మై ఫస్ట్ ఒక కాన్ఫరెన్స్. ఇప్పుడు నేను ఏ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ అటెండ్ అవ్వలేదు. నేను టికెట్స్ స్కాలర్ ఫస్ట్ ఒక ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్. దిస్ వెరీ గుడ్. ఫస్ట్ ఒక కాన్ఫరెన్స్ ఎంత మంచిగా విన్నాం. లాట్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్ ప్రజెంటింగ్. హైదరాబాద్ లో కూడా అంటే బేసిక్ వర్క్ షాప్స్ అటెండ్ అయ్యాక ఎవరు కూడా ఇంత ఇంటరాక్టివ్ గా ఇంత ఐడియాస్ ఎక్స్ప్లోర్ చేయడం అంత ఐడియాస్ లేదు అనమాట. So this is a good place. I have been like one of the good memory or one of the good knowledge which I got in my life. I'm thankful to everyone that by sharing big and I got many insights and many ideas how to work on, how to do research. The other explanation I got to know. Thank you to everyone.
Myself, I'm from Central University of Andhra Pradesh. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the Department of Political Science and Public Administration of Andhra University for organizing this international seminar on Indo-European relations. And also, I would like to congratulate the department and all the volunteers for organizing the seminar very smoothly. And I also thank all the dignitaries and all the organizing committee. All the session had went very smoothly, and morning session was very interactive with the senior professors and the dignitaries from other universities also. And
Sir, that I have been by Telva, sir, and my department of English law, my head of the department is Solomon Venice చెప్పారు. రీసెంట్ టైమ్స్ లో నేను ఫేవరెట్ పార్టీలో కానీ అతను షేర్ చేసింది ఏంటంటే ఫ్యూచర్ ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ అనేది డామినేట్ చేస్తుంది హ్యూమన్స్ ని అనేసి చెప్పారు. కానీ ఇప్పుడు శేఖర్ శర్మ మార్నింగ్ ఎవరైతే వచ్చారో ఆ మేడం చూసాక నాకు అర్థమైంది ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ డామినేట్ చేయొచ్చు, కానీ ఎప్పుడు శేఖర్ శర్మ మ్యామ్ లాంటి హ్యూమన్ బీయింగ్ లేనప్పుడు మాత్రమే ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ మనల్ని డామినేట్ చేస్తుంది. ఎప్పుడు ఉంటారో అప్పుడు ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ మనల్ని ఎప్పటికీ డామినేట్ చేయలేదు. Academic influencer. She is academic influencer who influences by her literature and case studies and research she was doing. So we have to inspire from her. And ఏదైతే అకామిడేషన్ ఉందో అదంతా బాగుంది as all of us before we said. And so research గురించి ఆల్రెడీ శేఖర్ శర్మ గారు చెప్పారు. ఆ రీసెర్చ్ అంటే ఫిజిక్స్ she was explains everything in a practical and in an experimental manner. And I already told about Venice, so I need to convey him about what was going on today. And so I need to explain about what was Premanandam sir has do make benefit for us. Because we are from a different department, we are from the Department of English and the department students, and we are there from the Department of History and other than Public Administration and Political Science. But still we are participating in this international seminar. Here I am telling on this stage, this is the first ever international seminar I am attending today because of Premanandam sir. It's a so-called registration which I was very happy about. It is about money, but slightly practically think about it, it's for fees and it includes registration. Everybody will think about it because it is a free registration. We are given forward to be here and speak about it too, and attend this international seminar and giving and making it a huge success. Thank you.
పెడాప్టీ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ప్రేమానందం గారు, అలాగే డాక్టర్ సత్యనారాయణ గారు, మిత్రుడు నాగరాజు, ఇక్కడ ఫ్రెండ్స్ చాలా సక్సెస్ అయింది ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్. ఫస్ట్ నుంచి కూడా దానికి తగ్గట్టుగా మంచి అందరికీ కమ్యూనికేషన్ ఇచ్చుకుంటూ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ని ఒక ప్లానింగ్ గా ముందుకు తీసుకోవడం అనేది మన డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఎప్పటి నుంచి ఉన్న అలవాటు. ఆ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ప్రకారం అలవాటు ప్రకారం మనం టీం వర్క్ అనేది చాలా బాగుంటుంది. మనం టీం వర్క్ గురించి చెప్పడమే కాదు, టీం వర్క్ చేసి కూడా చూపిస్తాం. పాలిటిక్స్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఒక ప్రోగ్రామ్ ని ఆర్గనైజ్ చేసింది అంటే ఖచ్చితంగా సక్సెస్ తీరుతుంది అనేది ఉంది. ఎలాంటి కాలమాన పరిస్థితుల్లోనైనా సరే దాన్ని నిలబెట్టుకుంటూనే వస్తున్నాం. దాని వెనక ఒక సెమినార్ వెనక ఎంత శ్రమ ఉంటది, ఎంతమంది శ్రమ ఉంటది అనేది తెలుసు మాకు. అందరినీ కోఆర్డినేట్ చేసుకోవడం, వర్క్ ఫండ్స్ అలొకేషన్ చేసుకోవడం, వర్క్ డివిజన్ కోఆర్డినేట్ చేసుకోవడం, జాగ్రత్తగా అందరినీ మానిటర్ చేసుకోవడం, ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఎప్పటికప్పుడు చూసుకోవాల్సిన పరిస్థితి ఉంటుంది. ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఒక్కళ్ళ వలన ఏ పని కాదు, ఒక టీం లాగా నిలబడి చేస్తేనే. ఎందుకంటే నేను చాలా సందర్భాల్లో నేను నాగరాజుతో మాట్లాడాల్సి వచ్చినప్పుడు అందుబాటులో లేని పరిస్థితి అయిపోయింది. ఎందుకంటే ఎప్పుడు బిజీ వస్తుండే. ఎందుకంటే కోఆర్డినేట్ చేసుకోవడం అనేది అంత ఇదిగా ఉంటుంది. మనకి సక్సెస్ అయినప్పుడు అందరూ అభినందిస్తామని, చిన్న పొరపాటు జరిగినప్పుడు రాళ్ళు వేయడానికి 10 మంది రెడీగా ఉంటారు. ఇప్పుడు కూడా రెడీగా ఉంటారు రాళ్ళంటారు. సరే, వాళ్ళు రాళ్ళు వేసే వాళ్ళు ఎలాగో వేసే పరిస్థితులు ఉంటాయి. కానీ మనం మన పని మనం చేసుకుంటూ పోవడంలోనే సక్సెస్ అనేది ఎప్పుడు ఉంటుంది. ప్రమాణం గారి నాయకత్వంలో 2025 నేషనల్ సెమినార్ 2 నెలలు కూడా పూర్తి అవ్వలేదు. ఇంకా 54 రోజులు కావచ్చు అనుకున్నాను. ఇంటర్నేషనల్ సెమినార్ 54 కూడా లేదాను. ఇంటర్నేషనల్ సెమినార్ ఇది పెడాప్టీ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కి, అదేవిధంగా ఫ్యాకల్టీ, రీసెర్చ్ స్కాలర్స్ కి, స్టూడెంట్స్ కి ఈ ఘనత అనేది దక్కుతుంది. దీనిలో మీకు అందరూ కూడా భాగస్వాములే. అయితే ఏంటంటే గొప్ప విశేషం, ఎక్కడ ఉన్న మాలాంటి వాళ్ళందరినీ కూడా మోటివేట్ చేసి టెంప్ట్ చేసి ఏదో జరుగుతుంది, ఏదో అద్భుతం జరగబోతుంది, రావాలని అనిపించే విధంగా మమ్మల్ని మోటివేట్ చేసి రప్పించడం చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ అండి. ఇక్కడికి రాకపోతే నేను చాలా కోల్పోయేవాడిని. ఎందుకంటే ఇక్కడ కొన్ని స్టూడెంట్స్ ఈ క్షణాలు చాలా విలువైనవి. మేము చదువుకునే రోజుల్లో కూడా మనం ఇక్కడ ఉన్నంత వరకు, నీళ్ళలో ఉన్నంత వరకు చేపకి నీటి విలువ తెలియదు. నీటి నుంచి బయటకు వచ్చిన తర్వాత నీటి విలువ తెలుస్తుంది, నీరు ఎంత అవసరం అనేది. మీరు ఇప్పుడు నీళ్ళలో ఉన్న చేపల లాంటి ఎంత ఎక్వైర్ చేస్తున్నా కానీ నాలెడ్జ్ ఇక్కడి నుంచి ఎక్వైర్ చేసుకోండి. వన్స్ బయటికి దాటిన తర్వాత, బయటికి వెళ్ళిపోయిన తర్వాత సొసైటీ మనకి ఎక్వైర్ చేస్తారు, మనకి బూస్ట్ ఇచ్చేటువంటి పరిస్థితి ఉండదు. ఈ వాతావరణంలో ఉన్న ప్రతిష్టానం కూడా వినియోగించుకోండి. అదేవిధంగా ఏర్పాట్లన్నీ బాగున్నాయి. మిత్రులు చెప్పారు, లంచ్ చాలా బాగుంది, స్నాక్స్ కూడా బాగున్నాయి. అదేవిధంగా కంటెంట్ కూడా బాగుంది. మంచి గెస్టులు పిలిచారు. శేఖర్ శర్మ గారు కావచ్చు, అదేవిధంగా రాజేంద్ర ప్రసాద్ గారు, ఇలా రవి గారు, మా గురువు గారు ప్రొఫెసర్ రవి గారు, వారి క్లాస్ చెప్పుకున్నప్పుడు ఎంతో మళ్ళీ దాదాపుగా ఒక 18 years తర్వాత వారి క్లాస్ ని వినేటువంటి అవకాశాన్ని కల్పించినందుకు ఈ సెమినార్ రూపంలో ప్రత్యేకంగా కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. ప్రేమానందం గారు ఆరోగ్యాన్ని సైతం లెక్క చేయకుండా డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కోసం 6 నిమిషాలు పనిచేసిన వ్యక్తి. భగవంతుడు ఆశించిన మీకు మీ కుడి భుజానికి కూడా అందరూ కూడా స్టార్టర్లు అంటారు మీకు. వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా మీరు తయారు చేస్తున్న వారసులు డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కి. మీ ఆధ్వర్యంలో మరిన్ని ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ జరగాలని, ఎప్పుడు జరిగినా మా దాంట్లో రావడానికి సిద్ధంగా ఉంటానని తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. నేను నిజంగా చెప్తున్నాను, రాత్రి 12 గంటల వరకు నేను రాలేని పరిస్థితి.
మా తాడేపల్లి గురించి ట్రాన్స్పోర్టేషన్ లేదు. ట్రైన్స్ అనేవాడిని ఎక్కితే దింపేస్తున్నారు రిజర్వేషన్ లేకపోతే. వచ్చి రోడ్డు మీద నిలబడ్డాం. ఏది రావట్లేదు. ఎందుకు రావట్లేదు అంటే ఏలూరు నుంచి గతంలో అయితే రాజమండ్రి వెళ్ళే వెహికల్స్ అన్ని తాడేపల్లిగూడెం మీదకి వెళ్ళాయి. ఇప్పుడు ఏలూరు, వేమడోలు ఆ రూట్ డెవలప్ చేస్తే అక్కడ వెళ్ళిపోతున్నాయి. ఏమీ లేవు వెహికల్స్. ఆఖరికి నేనేమనుకున్నానంటే 11:30 వెనక్కి వెళ్ళిపోదాం అనుకోండి. ఏది వచ్చే పరిస్థితి లేదండి. చివరికి ఎందుకైనా మంచిది కాసేపు చూద్దాం ఒక అరగంట చూశాను. అప్పటికి రావట్లేదు. ఇక ఏ లారీ ఎక్కైనా సరే రాజమండ్రి వెళ్ళి అక్కడి నుంచి వస్తాను అనిపిస్తుంది. కానీ నా లక్కీగా ఒక ప్రైవేట్ ట్రావెల్స్ ఏదో వచ్చింది, దాన్ని ఎక్కేసి వచ్చేద్దాం. ఈ సెమినార్ ని మంచి సెమినార్ లో పార్టిసిపేషన్ చేసినందుకు చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది సార్. ఒక మంచి ఉంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్. ఇలాంటి మరిన్ని జరగాలని మనం
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kirti. I am from the Central University of Andhra University. I am studying MA Political Science, first year. I learned here so many things about the society and what is the problems of and what we are facing. And I congratulate the whole Department of Political Science and who is organizing this seminar. And thank you, sir, for providing for us accommodation. And this is only.
Good afternoon once again to everyone. Before thanking, I have a small announcement from behalf of Central University of Andhra Pradesh. So on the 28th and 29th, we are going to conduct a national seminar on the topic Neopolitics, Popularism, Welfarism, and Freebism. So this is a topic, and 12th is the last time for the registration. For students, it's just 250 rupees to register, and you have to submit your abstract. And the program will be of 2 days, and you will be provided accommodation if you required. So if you are interested, just come forward and just explore even Central University of Andhra Pradesh how we are going to organize the event. And at last, I would thank the organizing committee and the Andhra University for giving opportunity for each and everyone who are really interested. We rarely get a chance to participate in international seminars. If we have to participate in any international seminar, it takes a lot of efforts, and we usually won't get it. So we are very fortunate enough that we have enrolled and participated and even translated our papers here. So I'm really thankful for the whole team and Andhra University for this. Thank you. Let's wait for 10 minutes for tea break.